Hello. Welcome. Welcome to some extended hours there, chat. My name is Paul, Berserker 01, Batman Chelly, who desperately needs a haircut still. I'm going to be doing after the stream. I am going to be doing some special extended hours. This is, the idea behind these are to stream a long time without the pressure of like, oh, no, you need to sub. And we'll do a giveaway at the end if we reach a certain amount of subs. Let me see if I can set a sub goal. So a quick one like this. Let's go with. I think that's good enough. There we go. If we reach that goal, I'll do a giveaway before the end of the stream. But the idea is for the just hang out and play a little bit. How's everyone going? I enjoyed my break, and I wasted most of it, which was exactly what I intended to do. Someone was asking, don't I have hey DJ, how you doing, bud? Did I not have work? So my work doesn't start again until next week, like the end of next week. So with it being the end of the month, I wanted to do some experiments, do something fun. Last full week, yeah.
Take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No confuse.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Knowledge Lambo 1 just resubscribed for 28 months. You will play until I tell you to stop.
Thank you so much for that 28 months to support your very important pumper, very impressive Mr. Vanny Pedestrian. This is your followers from Victor. Trust and cheers and chat. Y'all trust and cheers. Oh. So there's going to be a set time for this one. I'll be streaming for 8 hours. So I'm going to be going until around 4:30 my time, which is 5:30 Eastern. I'm not gonna put a timer or anything like that because there's no point. Like that's just how long I'm going. I'll be doing the same thing tomorrow as well. EverQuest Legends launches at noon PST. Oh, nice, neat. Yeah, so one of the things I may not just do Star Citizen today or tomorrow because I know I gotta reach out to Loken and Space Tomato. Let's see. Local ships. There you go. I haven't played EverQuest ever. I don't really intend to play EverQuest. Not my kind of bag. I thought the tomato cast was pretty good. Thank you.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Abrothana Medana just resubscribed for 35 months. I found a dollar bill sticking out of some trash, and when I pulled it out, it was a dirty 5.
Thank you so much for that 35. 35 months of support. You're a very important pumper, very precipice, very pedestrian. This fault is your drinking. I trust and cheers and chat. Y'all trust and cheers. You know, the Metacast went pretty good. I liked it. I enjoyed it.
Dem biddies.
Good morning. A contribution to the train.
Thank you for them biddies. Rafe. All right. Let's see. I don't think I have contracts. All of this is like not here. Delivery. That should work. Yeah, I could do that one. Head back to Stanton. Good morning to you too, Inquisitor. The IROB was worth the pun. Thank you. It took me a while to figure out, like, what the fuck is he talking about? Oh, I get it. 35. Oh. No, but I thought the Launch Sequence podcast was fun. I think we split the difference between being super pessimistic and optimistic. Because the thing about it is, it's easy to be pessimistic, especially in the summer. I have not seen the leaks of the pirate paints in the September's patch bundle. No. I can look them up real quick.
Landing gear down. Quantum travel engaged. Landing gear up.
Let's take a look. It's an hub. It's reading rainbow. There we go. Mm-hmm. Pirate skins are pretty muted. Ah, I see it. The steel tech, yeah, with a anvil, Asgard, steel paint, and then a all chromed out heavy armor, super heavy armor plus HMG. I do wonder if people are going to complain about it. I bet you they won't. I bet you will not hear people complain that they're selling power by selling the super heavy suit with the machine gun in the backpack. All right, yeah, I should probably go to Pyro, right? If I'm picking up Megumi. I keep forgetting that there's a Pyro jump point in Nyx. No, I haven't bothered to do the Battaglia stuff yet. No, the Stanton is the 10th thing, but because there is a Pyro jump from there is a jump point from Nyx to Pyro. There is no jump point between Stanton and Nyx. I'm inclined to concern in Discord, but then when I realized they already do that selling ships, none of this matters. It's obviously bad for the game experience, but that's not why they do things. They do everything for Squadron Break 2 instead. I think it's a little pessimistic. They do it because they need to make money. Hey, what's up, Alex? No, I get it. I'm tired myself. Did I have my helmet on? May not have my helmet on. Hey, Heinrich. So it's going to be a just an extended period. So I'm gonna be streaming for 8 hours. Hey.
At Trash Bandicoot gifted at Trash a membership.
Thank you so much for giving those parties that
You can take away my spaceship.
yeah, this
You can take away my space suit.
suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Let's turn that off because otherwise it there you go. Wasn't. There you go. Thank you, Trash Bandicoot, for gifting those
Take away my
memberships on
spaceship.
YouTube.
You can take away my space suit.
5 memberships gifted.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never.
No commercials. Does it prevent you
take away
from
my
getting commercials
space
as well?
game.
Yeah, I'm gonna. You see my breath, so I'm assuming I don't have my helmet on. So.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space
Neat.
lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space
I know
game.
for a fact half this community doesn't PvP like that, and you worry about this Humberly ass suit is going to be a. This is dumb. Yeah, that was dumb. Wasn't paying attention. Went too fast.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Luckily, I had nothing
You can
on
even
me.
take away my space lasers.
Oh, back to Everest
You
Harbor.
can never, ever
You have to blame Anansi for that explosion?
take away my
Yes.
space game.
Because I couldn't read the fuck he was trying to say. I think I just lost my helmet though. I think my helmet was in my backpack. Oh no, it was in a zone.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Got an accident inbound.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the follow. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Did it say no for a fact? What's that?
Please visit us again.
Hold on.
Goodbye.
I get some wake up juice here in a moment. Oh yeah, no. A brother named Nancy said I know for a fact. I was gonna just PvP like that and go over, but okay. So the issue comes down to balance. It's not necessarily that selling the suit is a problem. And the problem is that once you start selling the suit,
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Vehicle selected. Stand by.
it now has
Your
a
vehicle has been
status
delivered to the following
to it that it has to be to meet a certain expected level. Yeah. Basically, I'm going to be streaming 8 hours today and tomorrow. Yep. And then I'm going to be doing a pubathon on starting on Thursday. The plan is to do 8 hours, or the plan on Thursday is to do 12 hours? No. Yeah. The plan is to start at 12 hours on Thursday, and it's going to be a max cap of 48 hours for subathon. They've been selling armors. Red Alert gear has been in the shop for years now, but the Red Alert stuff was always designed as like cosmetic, because you could buy the Red Alert stuff in game. Like the armor itself was available in game pretty easily, and the Red Alert itself didn't have much of a difference. And on top of that, the Red Alert was just armor, right? It was cosmetic, but it was just armor. The super heavy kind of goes above just being armor, because they're going to make it difficult to get in game. So the idea being, okay, so we'll just buy it now, and so you can skip the grind. And then within a couple of months, they'll make it super easy for you to get it in game. Like, it'll no longer be sold in the what the hell? They're sliding all over the place. Yeah. I paid money, it better be worth it. And so a bunch of people are going to buy it because of like FOMO stuff. Yeah. That's one of the reasons why people were mad about the ATLS, was they're like, this is literally buying power with the ATLS, which is why they made it super quickly available in game. But yeah, we know that there are Ninetales variants of it. Yeah, but oh, we're talking about PvP. You're not wrong. There's like a tiny fraction of people who actually PvP in Star Citizen, and that number is shrinking pretty quickly, like year on, like day on day. But again, the issue comes down to like balancing. Is really what it is. I'm surprised they still haven't sold the ICD. There's really no reason for them to sell the ICD, because they can sell the Geo. I wonder how fast 410 is planned to come around. Well, it's in open PTU right now, isn't it? Or we have one PTU? I'm playing 4.9, so. What's your opinion on CIG now offering a Banu Cube as Twitch drop? No, this is rage bait. Just heard from others that this is close to the former rewards you could get. This is not no rage bait. Yeah, so the Banu Cube you could only get at Bar Citizens before. And now they're offering it effectively for sale, but you have to sub to Star Citizen streamer like myself while they're playing the game on that day.
Quantum travel complete.
But like I said earlier, I don't think there's going to actually be that much of an outrage. That's more me being bitter about it, because when the ATLS came out, I'm like, fucking give me 5. And everyone was like, you're the reason why we're having problems, pal. And it's like, okay, I don't give a shit. It's just it's a cargo hauler, guys. It's a stompy mech, and it's a cargo thing. I like that. That's fun. I'm gonna do stuff with it. But now with an actual fucking, you know, heavy weapons platforms gonna be sold, and everyone's gonna be like, this is fine now. Yeah, well, I mean, it is coming out in August, which means it's probably gonna come out mid-August, because then there's also 411, which is gonna come out mid-September. So, hey, Dennis, how you doing, bud? Hey, the Wake, how you doing? Sunful. Yeah. Stan, there we go. Works. I assumed it's just a standful, which is with a swapped T and a F, but going good. This is my last full week of summer before I go back to school. Now, school doesn't start for a long time, but next Thursday is the first day of like school prep, and then I've got until I got like a week of prep and training, and then like a week and a day, and I think we start on like that Tuesday after that. Just got back from a few hours of sleeping in the ocean under a full moon. Nice. Gotta love that stuff. Yeah, I have a few good friend teachers. They always go to 3 weeks before everything starts, the schools and all. Yeah, it's more like we 2 or like 1.5 weeks, or like one plus week. Though starting next week, I can probably like go in and like move things around and such. Pyro, here I am. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Megumi. So a parent about complaining about how wars are mentioned in history class and this just teaching things like clothing styles of the 1800s. I mean, I will tell you this. Wars are obviously an important part of history when you're trying to learn history, but they are often over exaggerated by non-teachers. The reality is that the wars themselves are the most fascinating part about history for a lot of, especially younger students. Your average layman loves a war, but when you're teaching, the wars themselves aren't as important as the things that caused the war and the outcome of the war. Unless you're learning military history, then that's the whole point of that. But when you're talking about history as a broad scope, I don't know if we should know about clothing styles of the 1800s, but understanding cultural movements of the 1800s and how they affected a specific region or an area is important. Something I learned while studying war is a symptom. Yes, it is sort of a... It's kind of like a natural disaster, only man-made. A man-made disaster, if you will. But you can kind of think of it as like that, like requires rationing, it requires restrictions of movement, requires large amounts of logistical support and infrastructure changes, and that can be important if it impacts a society or a culture after the war is over. But yeah. Let's go watch that summer blockbuster about ascots. Yeah. Do you think the fact that CIG announced a Gamescom bar citizen but not an official booth means they aren't attending the convention in official capacity? I believe that is in fact the case. It does not look like they're attending the convention in official capacity, which is confusing to me. And it tells me that I don't want to be the guy, because I've been the guy for half a year now, but it tells me that almost certainly we are not getting Squadron this year. We're just not. That would be where you announce it if you're releasing it this year, is there. And, you know, I know people will be like, well, Chris would, and it's like, Chris wouldn't. Chris has very explicitly said that we would know when everybody else knows. And of course that means bombastity, you know? Bombastic. Pomp, circumstance. Chris loves his pomp and circumstance. He loves a good show. Any predictions for Chip Showdown? I will tell you this, chat. I am going to be here for the this is X85, I think is what it's called. What's the X85? $85X. The underdog of that loss last year? Yes. It doesn't have any skins whatsoever. It is one of the only ships left that does not have a skin. Ha! I'm going to be here streaming until 1.0 releases. Yes, that's the idea. So we were watching Lower Decks and just marveling at the amount of times they snuck Jeffrey Combs in. He's only credited as playing Amigas. Oh, yes. That's the joke, that Jeffrey Combs is like in every fucking Star Trek series as some other character. Do you think Spider-Man 2 might now even release mid-2027 instead of early 2027? It could release at any time. I don't see it taking like mid, but I could see them legitimately taking time to just taking time to just let it cook a little bit more, get a little bit more time in the oven. So instead of it being like February, I would say May. May makes a lot of sense in the context of what I understand about their numbers. May is their biggest month. I thought that November might be their biggest month, but it seems that May is actually their biggest month in terms of what they're typically doing. Jeff is a riot, met him at a con. I don't know who you're talking about, but okay. You're talking about Jeff Zanelli? Well, I'm looking forward to Squad 42. I'm mostly looking forward to the focus being on the PU again. I've always stated, and I will continue to state, that I think a lot of folks misunderstand what Squadron 42 is to the verse. I mean, I have to really emphasize this. My experience talking with devs is that the verse itself, or I should say, Star Citizen and Squadron 42 are two separate teams. Now, are there people that float between those two teams? Of course. But generally speaking, from a culture standpoint, from a logistical standpoint, from just, you know, what's going on, like, Squadron 42 and Star Citizen are themselves not the same. And those teams are siloed from each other a lot. So it wouldn't be like, oh, suddenly if Squadron 42 is done, that the team in Squadron 42 would move over to Star Citizen. Or that Star Citizen is or Squadron 42 is somehow siphoning away valuable time and effort from Star Citizen. Sorry. The reality is that the things that are holding Star Citizen back are directly related to Star Citizen and not to Squadron. And it's not like they're going to suddenly hire the people they would need for Star Citizen just because Squadron is over with. The most you'll get is like maybe more QA time for Star Citizen, and, you know, more attention in terms of like the needs of what's going on in Star Citizen versus like a, hey, we need to focus all hands on deck for Squadron sort of thing. It would free up capital, though. No, the thing about Squadron 42 that's more important isn't necessarily that it's freed up capital. It's that it'll free up, it will generate capital. It'll generate passive income, so they don't have to worry about pushing as many sales. So they can focus on, like, they can put the teams who are now doing things like sail armor and skins and that sort of thing, and focus on ship balances and stuff like that. Because the same teams that make the ships are also responsible for, like, taking the ships that you love and bringing up the gold standard. That's really what's more what would change. It's not necessarily that the focus would be on Star Citizen. It would be the focus is on the game as a game. It can now be paid attention to as a game. Because, like, what's the biggest issue in Star Citizen? The biggest issues in Star Citizen are not gameplay, as much as I hate to admit that. The biggest issues in Star Citizen that everyone complains about are bugs. And a lot of those bugs are related to the back end. Squadron 42 doesn't have a back end. So the teams that are working on the back end of Star Citizen are not being pulled between Star Citizen and Squadron 42. I've said for a while, the thing that's holding Star Citizen back is Star Citizen. They're not going to suddenly be able to have the money or the resources to hire like the best networking people on the planet. And even if they did, it would take a year plus for them to fix a lot of those problems. It's really just a matter of resource management. Are the teams equal in size and sophistication? No, but a lot of the teams that would have moved over to Star Citizen have moved over to Star Citizen. Like the teams that are no longer needed in Squadron to like build the basic systems, most of those people are already like Zach, the guy who does a lot of the FPS balances and stuff like that. The fact that we're getting the super heavy armor in the first place shows that like CIG is moved people over to work on Star Citizen from Squadron. Like that's been an ongoing process for 2 years now. I mean, are they the same size and complexity? I haven't heard the details on who's in Squadron and who's in Star Citizen. I don't think it's a case where like there's 4 dudes and a hamster running Star Citizen and Squadron is getting like every single fucking person who can breathe in CIG. I don't think that. That's not what I've been gathering either. There's nothing else in here. It looks kind of like a misplaced asset or something like that. Okay. I think it'd be harder to convince the wider audience that they aren't only paying attention to those other factors now that they're finally finishing up Squadron, to be honest. What do you mean by that? I mean, it's also a lack of tools, functions of the sandbox, like player trading and other social tools. They've only just asked in the survey, which they should get started on too. Yes and no. People don't necessarily. Well, actually, yeah. Actually, that's a good example. The teams that have been focusing in Star Citizen, the teams they would have to focus on social tools and player trading and stuff like that, there's a lot of crossover, not with Squadron 42. There is no social tools in Squadron 42. And the teams that would be working on those social tools have always been Star Citizen devs. So it's just, that is an example of it. This isn't a matter of, well, Squadron is pulling resources. It's a matter of how they're allocating resources.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No confuse.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Epsilon 115X just resubscribed for 25 months. Howdy, Paul.
Hey, thanks for that 25.
How's the servers running today?
They're doing okay so far. Thanks for that 25 months there. Epsilon, you're very important. Power, very pessimist, very pedestrian. You rock. Trust. Cheers in the chat. Y'all trust. Cheers. People also forget about part 2 and part 3. Okay, I will say this, Edison. There is absolutely no way CIG is pivoting directly into part 2, like people have been saying. Because let me paint you a picture. As a lot of people have pointed out, what makes CIG money? Star Citizen, selling ships, And once they have Squadron 42 out, Squadron 42 will make them some money. Passively, and probably not as much as money as Star Citizen overall. They'll probably do well. It'll add to the revenue, so they don't have as much. And plus, they'll also have a game out, so that'll improve the general perception and the mood of game development. So, what makes more sense from a financial standpoint? To continue to double down on a game that will never make you as much money as you make with Star Citizen, and add an additional, even let's just be generous and say 4 years of development to part 2, or to focus on the thing that's making you the most money and bring in more money in the process. The logical answer is Star Citizen. Now, I know everyone will say, but Chris's vision is in Squadron 42. That like is the first part of Squadron 42. It's still going to be a complete game, even if there are plans for second and third. Because you also got to look at Chris's age. He's like 60 now, or close to it. So, let's just say 4 years. Does someone like Chris Roberts want to stick around in game development for another 4 years, and then another 4 years after that for Squadron 42 Part 3? That's if he just hits the ground running. Right, he would gladly sacrifice Star Citizen for Squadron 42. Damn. I don't think that would be the case. That would be suicide on CIG's part. Because you also got to remember that this isn't just Chris's vision. It's also, we need to stay afloat. They don't make money. CIG has, in their entire year as a company, or entire existence of the company, only been in the black
You can even take away my space
3 or 4
lasers,
times.
but you can never,
Oh,
ever
and actually a new membership.
take away my space game.
Hey, Thorn, thanks so much for that 12 months of support there.
Gifted at Thor, a membership. At Thorn 43210 celebrates 12 months of membership. 1 year down, many more to go.
Thank you, Thorn, for that 1 year of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat. Y'all shots and cheers. All right, Xander. You got to do it on Twitch, though, unfortunately, because it's not on YouTube. But yeah, you feel free. I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'll be streaming Thursday. In fact, we'll be doing a subathon on Thursday. So that will be a longer stream. It'll be 12 hours. We'll also do office hours. The plan is to do, like I said, a 48-hour subathon. So it's a capped 48-hour subathon where I will stream for 18 hours a day. I will pause the timer, go to bed, wake up like 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific, and start again until to a maximum of 48 hours. And we know they already have recordings for part 2 and part 3. Do we? Because I don't remember myself. People have asked me that before, and I'm like, I think they are, but age is irrelevant. I don't know, man. He's got 2 kids, and he's reaching retirement age. I think it's a little insane to think that this man isn't going to like look at his life and be like, this is my legacy. I want to make sure it's good. And then bow out and step away at some point. Yeah, I mean, it probably doesn't help that he's got a professional haters. The lore never stops, yes. You need sleep? Of course I need sleep. Hey, Rushboard. All of that is to say, the most sane business decision is to release Squadron 42. Because we got to remember that Squadron 42 was always supposed to release before Star Citizen, and they had built that out that way. And they didn't really have an idea of how much money Star Citizen was going to make until well after they'd already started everything. So they were like, well, we'll stick with the plan we have, not knowing that the plan they had was going to take them 14 years. Is there someone to carry the vision without Chris? I mean, I'm assuming that's what Rich Tyler is there for. Paul, Senator Armstrong, it's our men strong. Ready for Siege Morrison? You better believe it. The Senator is ready. It's like 1.5 trips back to Ithaca. There are only 4 rules you need to remember. Make the plan, execute the plan, exploit the plan to go off the rails, and throw away the plan. Yeah, that's the plan, is I'm going to use combat clothing. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to survive. The lore officers are like, oh, fuck. We're going to need like 1 medic dedicated plus 2 heavy weapons guys. Where is that? There you are. There you are. Yeah, that is the entire team. I also imagine, as far as legacy is considered, he would want to go also to get Star Citizen to 1.0 before he retires. Yes, that's my point, Locke. I believe he wants to get Squadron 42 Part 1 and Star Citizen in the can before he goes and calls it a day. Sells the game, sells the company, or leaves it in the hands of somebody else that decides to go play board member for, you know, his retirement. That's one of the things that I sort of, since I've been making content since like 2014, 2015, maybe 2016. I can't remember exactly when I started doing Star Citizen. Is one of the things I personally had to kind of come to the grips with was like, Star Citizen is going to end eventually. Okay. Okay. Thank you for shooting me. What do you want? Some jackass and a saber. Okay. I don't know what you're doing. So. Well, this dude's just gonna like troll me, basically. He's basically a head above me. Oh, you fuck off, asshole.
Systems off. Hello, how can Miss help you today? Systems on.
Bro's like, I want to fucking your things. And it's like, okay, guys. So what you don't know, y'all, is that effectively what I have in my cargo hold is fucking useless. Really surprised that a pirate crew might set up on the on this side of Pyro. It's like, go to Nyx. That's where everybody is. Oh, no, some guy in a Saber Raven knocked me out with an EMP and then ripped open my cargo hold. Just to like, and then like hovered around me for a bit and then left. It's like, okay. I thought he might be like, I'm gonna get on board and shoot this guy and take his stuff, but I think he realized that everything is contracted. So he was just like, whatever. Yeah. Isn't it TE? All right, it's not T Spaceport, it's the Lorville landing zone. Anyway, what my discussion was before was basically CIG is going to do Squadron Break 2, and then they're going to do Star Citizen. and they'll get Star Citizen 1.0, and then they might look at Squadron 42 Part 2. But what they're going to do is they're going to eliminate the entire Squadron 42 team. They'll either move some people over from Squadron 42 to Star Citizen and eliminate some others, but like there will be a process upon which they will shrink the teams to make the cost lower. I love RimWorld. It shot off a guy's arm and leg, and he still comes at me like, I got this. Yeah, I was up way too late last night playing RimWorld. To be honest, a live-action Squadron 2 miniseries, 2 to 3 minutes apiece, to complement moments between chapters would be awesome. That would be awesome, but I don't think CJ has the money for it. Do you think we'll see an integration of Squadron 42 features in Star Citizen once released, or do you think it's still holding it up? I mean, most of the features that are in Squadron are in Star Citizen now. Like, the only exception is the new flight model, like the flight stuff. And for whatever reason, they've been delaying that, either because they got to modify it or because it's not ready for the back end. Because, completely different back end between Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. Yeah, Maelstrom is, I consider Maelstrom part of the flight stuff. But yeah, it is not just flight stuff. It also impacts other things.
Quantum travel complete.
All right. That's what I mean by, like, when people are like, oh, well, I can't wait for Squadron 2 to come out so they can start moving the features over to Star Citizen. It's like they've been doing it for like 3 years. I think to summarize what I was saying in total, I think putting this belief that Squadron 42 is somehow holding Star Citizen back entirely is taking too much pressure off of the management and their use of resources for CIG. What you're basically doing is saying, oh, well, the poor allocation of resources by CIG's management is fine, because really what the problem is Squadron. And not understanding that, like, no, they've had the resources to do the things that players want them to do. They just decided not to put the resources towards them because they didn't think it was important. And we know that because they just fixed the fucking Matrix of Lies, the ship matrix, the thing that's been broken since day one. Everyone knew what the solution was, and people had been suggesting that solution forever. They just didn't care until they decided to fix it. Remember when Captain Sable in 2016, 2018 was filled with dreams and hopium? Sure. But in 2016, there were that between 2016 and 2018, that had been 6 years, 4 to 6 years. Matrix of Lies, Lamau. That's what we called it. It's what we've been calling it since like 2014, as long as I've been a member of the community. Like 2013, 2014, I remember people calling it the Matrix of Lies because it is fucking awful and doesn't actually show the stats of what's going on.
Warning.
8 to 10? No, because it's 2012 was when it started, right? Oh, it's 5 to 7. Yeah.
Warning.
I think this day would come. Well, that's the thing. It's not really that this day is coming. It's that CIG finally has put the resources needed to fix the problem. And I think that is really what we're seeing from that roadmap roundup. A couple, like I think it was the last roadmap roundup. CIG basically said, "Hey, we're going to change how we prioritize, how we allocate our resources, so we can emphasize these specific factors to fix these problems." And in doing so, that is why you're getting better scanning. It's why you're getting the Matrix of Lies. It's why you're getting a better spectrum. You know, it's why they're talking about social tools now. It's because they're finally addressing the problems that players have had with CIG and just Star Citizen forever. Because CIG, it's not like CIG didn't know. At least I hope they did. It's more that CIG just didn't want to emphasize that or like put that as the main focus, because they felt like this was the other thing that was more important. Oh, you're asking me how long do I think Star Citizen 1.0 will run? As long as CIG is up. I don't know how long CIG has, but they're not closing down tomorrow. That's for sure. They're not closing down anytime soon. Despite what people might wish to happen, CIG is not going to be bankrupt anytime soon. I think the difference in treatment between the two games also gets people's nerves, to be quite honest. What, Squad 42 and Star Citizen? That has always been an issue as long as I have been a member of the Star Citizen community. People have been mad that Squadron 42 is getting the attention versus Star Citizen, because they feel like Squadron 42, they backed for Star Citizen, not for Squadron 42. They didn't even know what Squadron 42 was when they backed, and they would prefer that CIG pay attention to the game they paid for rather than this other game they don't care about. But that has been a thing that has been in the community since at least 2015. So for over a decade now. Yes, sir. Well said. I mean, you're not going to like the fact that I disagree with that statement, but I'm trying to set up the argument properly. I understand where it comes from. I mean, I like the discussion earlier. Nice to hear pushback. I hate the idea that Squadron 42 is a real project. I also hate the idea that Squadron 42, Star Citizen, is the afterthought. Because, like, in all of my research into the history of CIG and of Chris Roberts talking about Star Citizen, it has always been couched as Squadron 42 and Star Citizen are the same project. That they were pitched the same idea at the same time. And this idea that Chris came up with Squadron first and then decided to do Star Citizen does not seem to fly. And I think it comes from the idea that people assume that people assume that that because Star Citizen was going to always be the secondary project, that Star Citizen was in the terms of priority. Like Squadron 42 was the priority. We always knew that Squadron 42 was going to come out first, and then Star Citizen was going to be in development and open development. They even talked about like, yeah, Squadron 42 is going to be more traditional development. We're not going to really talk about it until we get more stuff. Star Citizen will be the more open development where everyone gets to see what's going on and we develop it along with people. But yeah, it was originally supposed to be the same game, where Squadron 42 was just a single player campaign.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Jenan Tanak just resubscribed for 81 months.
Woo!
9th Twitch baby.
Ninth
I've
Twitch
named them
baby.
No news. One of us need to learn to keep it in their pants.
Thank you so much for that 81 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very important because of any pedestrian. This your fault. Trust y'all trust Jews. Buddy, what color is the sky in your world? Because I've always had the opposite experience. Star Citizen gets the bulk of the attention. Squadron 42 is shoved into the corner, getting worked on in the background and getting no publicity or open focus. And that's true. But I think a lot of people feel like Squadron 42 gets more attention because it was always supposed to be the project that came out before. Like, there was never a world where Star Citizen would come out before Squadron 42. That has always been the case. And so as a result, Squadron 42 is going to get more attention. It's going to get more dev focus when it hits the fan. And anybody who has been in development, feel free to disagree with me on this one if I'm wrong. But from my understanding of how development works, when shit hits the fan, when everything goes all hands on deck, you prioritize what you fucking prioritize. Best sub comment I've heard so far. The Squadron 42 first rhetoric is untrue and unhelpful. Yes, I agree. I do think that there is more of a nuance to it. But yeah, saying Squadron 42 was always going to be was always the game, and Star Citizen was sort of the afterthought. It doesn't match with my understanding. Hey, it's close up. Something good. I don't even see who Jay's yelling at. I don't know if he's talking to me or not. So why waste community attention on the lesser issue? It's not the primary problem. What you're talking about is Vandal. Both honestly, poor management is likely the root of the issue. It feeds into everything. Yeah, no, that is what I've come to believe as well. Because one of the easiest ways to look at CIG development is when CIG reaches a point where they're no longer focused on some overarching goal, like, you know, new tech being coming in, or like when they're not, when they're like, just, okay, we've done our latest tech thing, let's just make the game. You see an explosion of new content. You see big, better fixes. You see improvements all around, which, to me, and I could be wrong on this one, tells me that there are points upon CIG where they no longer have a dedicated goal, like a signpost, as it were. Everyone in the company, this is what we're focusing on, and more of a general maintenance and work on what you already have, the back projects you've been working on. When they reach that stage, they have a ton of new stuff come out. And I have a feeling that's because individual managers can start allocating resources to the side projects of these different devs who've been working their teams, rather than having to like pull all their QA to focus on this aspect of the game or this aspect of the game, that kind of stuff. Does that mean it's time for a block party? Eh? I see myself. Oh, I get what you're saying. I mean, if you look at the pitch, the original Squadron pitch was presented as the game you'd play first. Yeah, no, that's always been the case. But it was never the thing that was first made, and then they made Star Citizen an afterthought. That was never the case. There's a lot of things that I've come to understand that I think are problems at CIG that I don't think will ever get addressed. And a lot of it has to do with the company culture. And I've talked about this a lot, where I think that the company culture itself has problems, and those problems are rooted in a misunderstanding of what makes the game important. I'm thinking the bigger Squadron 42 release date announcement and trailer will either be at event October or Game Awards at this rate. I agree. I think it'll probably be at the Game Awards would be the best option, because you don't have Jeff Keighley. Is it Jeff Keighley? Yeah. You don't have Mr. Game Awards Jeff show up at your studio unless you're doing a release later. Unless you're doing something for one of their events. The simple answer was with the OG Stuttgart game called Star Citizen or Squadron 42. It was for Star Citizen. Like, if you look at it, it says Star Citizen, but the video itself, which is even more confusing, the video itself is Squadron 42. I don't think there will ever be a sequel to the Squadron 42. I think we might see a sequel to Squadron 42, but it will not be under Chris Roberts' leadership. It will be post Chris Roberts CIG, which I don't know what the fuck that looks like. And again, I need you all to understand something. I am not saying Chris Roberts is quitting CIG tomorrow. What I'm saying is, in the 5 years or so it's gonna take for Star Citizen to be in a state where Chris feels comfortable, Star Citizen and Squadron 2 are in a state where he feels comfortable, where he steps down from his current position and goes and enjoys retirement. After that time happens, what will Star Citizen look like? But we still have half a decade before that happens. Asher said Chris Roberts quitting tomorrow. Clip it, post it on Reddit. Yeah. I mean, from the amount of times I've been posted out of context on Reddit, yeah. After chapter one. After chapter one. Because, I mean, just think about it this way. How long is it going to take to make chapter 2? Even with an accelerated schedule, because you don't have to build a brand new engine, you don't have to brand new physics, you like all of the background stuff, they're going to reuse all of the stuff they used for Squadron, for part 1. You still need to game capture. Even if you have the majority of the game capture for part 2, you need to do pickup game captures. You probably need to change some things around, maybe add levels, change levels around. Like, there's going to be some more changes to the script than what was originally written. And obviously that script was, the older script was written well before they finished Squadron Part 1, like actually finished it. So there's going to need some time there. Plus you're going to need to make new levels. You're going to need to make new enemies, you know, so on and so forth. That's just going to take time. That's not something you can do very quickly. Even if you're reusing assets from Squadron and Star Citizen, it's going to take some time. So I think with CIG's current loadout and their focus on Star Citizen post Squadron 42, it would take them probably a good 4 years to create part 2. Yeah, I've seen it, Knowledge. People have been posting it. Citizen Wake says, 3 years. Well, that's a good point. 3 years. 3 years after the release of Squadron 42, and it's likely not going to release until next year. So you're looking at 2030. And you're going to definitely want to have Star Citizen 1.0 released before that. I mean, it's taken out of context, but it's sort of context. That clip comes from me getting mad at Jared when everyone got mad at me for being like, such a like a little bitch boy for getting mad at Jared when he says, you know, because the context was Jared said specifically as a joke. It was a poor taste in joke. That like, oh, I need to do more content because other content creators are only react to my content, to our content, and so they're hurting. So I guess I got to do more content. He was doing such a flippant little like, oh yeah, I'm so sorry that I have to like that your bottom line is being hurt because my job, because you need me to do work for you. It was a joke. It was him being, you know, snarky. It's Jared. It's just who Jared is. But in the context of it, I was like, I wasn't even thinking about myself because I don't really make money or content off of Jared's stuff. I was just like, there are people who are mad, not because they can't make content, but because it feels like there's information that's just not happening anymore. You just don't get information like we used to. And that's the real reason why people are upset about about the content. It felt like he was trivializing the point and making it about content creators when it was really about the players themselves. And but of course people clipped it out of context of me being mad at Jared. There's a fun one. Kyushu has 2 of Japan's 3 supervolcanoes. Are they active? I can't imagine they'd be active. What if it turns out your biggest legacy is Astropub, the guy that hates Jared? I like Jared. I've met him personally. He's a great dude. When you talk with him, he's passionate. He does give a fuck about this project, has always given a fuck about this project. He's a weird, creative dude, and I love his weird, creative energy because I have always been a guy who enjoys weird, creative bullshit. And I feel like his weird creativity has been stifled because it's becoming more corporate. And some of the best shit he's done in Star Citizen was Count Disco and Italian Spider-Man and shit like that. Like, that's some, 2010s YouTube classic shit that Jared does. He's fucking great. He's amazing. I don't like Jared the corporate puppet. Yeah, that was great. Debatable. He's got a job, man. This is his job. And he likes doing what he does, and he's going to do what he has to do to keep the job. I know that feeling. I have worked in jobs like that, where like, this is a job I got to have. I may not perfectly like everything I'm doing, but this is I don't have any other options. This is what I got. Yes, but active doesn't mean erupting. That said, one of them is erupting, but most eruptions from supervolcanoes are small. They rarely do continent-killing ones. Oh, no, I know. That's what I was asking. I figured it was like that sort of like bubbling one where there's sort of kind of like Kilauea, where it's just constantly erupting, but in like smaller chunks. How's 4.9? Honestly, stop playing. The tech talk is just glazing the team and saying that all their problems are excusable despite things in the freight elevators being broken to hell. It's not doing bad. I've done one freight run so far, and everything seemed to have been working. Then again, I was picking up from a space station and delivering to a
Vehicle selected. Stand by.
And delivering to a landing zone. So almost all of those function well. Does CIG truly know what 1.0 looks like? Yeah, let's take a moment and look at that real quick. Let me see where we're at. Not bad. I always like doing this. All right. Also, does the Graves Market Basher seem like a timing abortion? Like they introduced a all size 2 fighter when size 3 and below weapons are in a bad place. Maybe. So you gotta understand that things like the Graves Market Basher are themselves built well before CIG has any idea of balance. So like the Basher itself was created, let's just say 6 months. Maybe it may have been finished recently, but it had been started its work 6 months to a year ago. So they had no idea what the universe was going to be like when they released the Basher. That's so like, and that's going to be the case with all of the ships. They don't know. All right, so for those of you who want to know, like someone asked, like, does CIG even know what 1.0 is? You can go over here to Explore. You can go to Roadmap. This tells you the release view, all that kind of thing. So this is the progress tracker, and this is the release view. So you go to the release view. The last one was for July 15th, so it was like 2 weeks ago. but they have an entire column for 1.0. One of them is Starware for characters. Core Tech is dynamic server meshing. Star Audio, realistic audio mode. Global Illumination. Star Sim, which is the dynamic economy. Architect, Genesis. Genesis Planetech V5. These two are in some levels of completion and will possibly be done this year. Genesis Dynamic Weather, we don't know about that one. Maelstrom. Okay, so that's the core tech that we're waiting for. So of the 9 entries, 2 of which are likely to be done soon, and then dynamic server meshing is the other big one that they're going to be working on at some point. Then gameplay is the big one, 26 entries. Player space stations, crafting. We already have the first version of crafting, but more complicated version of crafting. Base building, player-to-player trading, player organization, social mobi-glass app, citizenship, weapon overheat, planetary shields, ownership. This is like items, vehicles, that kind of stuff. Guild system, insurance, taxes, and warranty, law and security, reputation V2, new player professions, death of a spaceman, AI blades, hangar updates, quantum travel. That's the new quantum travel, quantum boosting, and stuff like that. Item misfire and wear, charge and drain, life support, which they sort of have but isn't completely finished, solar flare, vehicle radar and scanning rework, FPS radar and scanning. These two are really the same. And then IFCS and control surfaces. Tentative, Imperial Sports Federation. These are for locations. The Council, Mercenary Guild, Academy of Sciences, United Resource Workers, Interstellar Transport Guild, Building Interiors, Castra System, Terra System, Utility Tunnels. And then missions and events, Station Warfare, Main Story, and Location Stories. Now, does that mean that's everything for 1.0? Probably not. They'll probably add more things as they go. Even said that. But that is what we can expect with 1.0 as of, like, now. Did we ever get a write-up into desync? No? No, we haven't. A lot of that seems to be coming in the next few patches. A lot of what we see in 1.0, at least portions of it, will be coming in the next year. So between the end of this year and the middle of next year. Assuming that we see Ollie 43 on camera at some point, we might, yeah. Will you see the same transition? When you work for a mega corporation in any a spokesperson for activity, your words are no longer your own. Oh, you will see the same transition. Oh, yeah. From what I understand, though, he's being worked on more of the back-end stuff. So, like, looking at things like thumbnails, looking at things like metadata and trends and that sort of thing, which is what they need. More relevant to your expertise, I have a lore question. Can one earn their citizenship via non-military means, just merit of service and state? Yes, in fact, you can. There is a Jian who earned his citizenship by helping to negotiate the Huxaw. He was the translator and interpreter, as well as assistant to the ambassadors of the UEE, because he lived in UEE space. His family stayed on a planet where their family had been for generations, but that planet became part of the UEE. And so they remained in their home world, even though that home world became UEE territory. And that sounds weird, but it was a border world. So it's kind of like, small stuff. The treaty ends next year. So the treaty ends in 2950.
Hello, how can this help you today?
Or I want to say, because it's 2953, right? Or it's 2956. So yeah, it's 29. It would be. It ends in 2957. What is citizenship? We're not all citizens in the verse by just playing the game. No, you're not. So citizenship is a unique status that you can get, which will give you some perks in-game. But citizenship is earned through service to the UEE. You have to be reviewed by a review board and approved by a review board to get citizenship. The UEE is the sort of federal government of humanity, because the UEE is sort of like a federation. It is a federal republic where you have a overarching government structure at the top, but most of the planets govern themselves. The UEE simply acts as a manager and as a protector for those regions. Yeah, you have to earn citizenship. You are given rights at birth, but like you have rights, inalienable rights inside the UEE. There's like an entire like thing that we only know portions of the human rights laws of the UEE. But citizenship is seen as a separate class. And the idea of citizenship in the UEE is more that you're more responsible now for the wider body of humanity rather than just your planet. Most people become citizens through the use of the military. And that's because the military is just simply the easiest way to earn citizenship. I thought I saw the Spanish. Yeah, it wasn't renewed. It was not voted to be renewed, but it still exists until next year. So it still will end next year, but it has not been renewed. The Huxaw Agreement. Like in Rome and ancient Greece, more like Rome. Ancient Greece was more birthrights. Like if you were born a citizen, you could be made a citizen, but very rarely, especially in places like Athens. Does committing crimes remove your citizenship? It can, but you also tend to get a little bit more leeway when it comes to legal issues when you're a citizen. Predictions on that Fallout? Likely it's going to do something with the 1.0 story. I don't think CIG really has a plan for a lot of the stuff we're seeing right now. It's not like some grand plan. It's probably more of a, storyline they're going to be doing next year around the Xi'an. I have a theory that CIG is going to be trying to get the Xi'an in as a species into the verse by next year, because they do have Xi'an models that they've been working on for Squadron 42. So unlike the Banu, which I don't think they have a full body model of a Banu, they just have a head and a body, which is why we get Wicklow. They have a full body model of the Xi'an. So if they have the full body model of a Xi'an, then all it takes from that point is just to rig up the skeleton and make it like the animations work. And there is a consulate, a Xi'an consulate in Area 18. So I could see them adding some additions to Area 18, which is Xi'an consulate, and you get maybe a Xi'an mission giver, maybe some Xi'an walking around in Area 18. Or in other places, it's just sort of like background NPCs. Plus, Sherman is on the border with Xi'an space, so we'll probably also see Xi'an around Castra storyline, too. So what happens when the treaty ends? It becomes a lot harder for Xi'an companies to do business in the UEE, and a lot harder for the UEE companies to do business in the Xi'an territories. It's basically, you can think of the Huxaw Agreement as sort of a free trade agreement. It reduces or removes tariffs and levies between both sides so that they can cross trade more. It basically opened up trade more for both sides. But there's always been this rising tide of xenophobia, of anti-alien sentiment, especially anti-Xi'an sentiment that's been going around. So, like one anti-alien or xenophobic sort of like individual decided to take it upon themselves to try to assassinate the Imperator, not the current Imperator, but the last Imperator. All right, I'm gonna try this one. Because this one has a bunch of places to go to. Hey Zen, how you doing?
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Watch you, Tomato, and you did seem to like how the current mission stories are being developing. I do like I do like how they're working on. Yes. Because one of the biggest things that I think that CIG, or I should say Star Citizen, lacks, CIG is not doing well, is connection. And one of the easiest ways to build connection with with players is to have characters that people are interested in. Like my Destiny fans here who play Destiny. What would Destiny be like without Cade 6? Or Zavala? Those characters made a ton of people engaged and interactive with the universe. Like Cade 6 is one of those names where generally if you're semi-familiar with Destiny, you knew who that is.
Quantum travel complete.
Now, are all the mission givers in Destiny like beloved? No, but there's at least some understanding of it. Yeah, what would be Mass Effect be without Garrus's calibrations? The characters that make up Mass Effect's the Mass Effect crew are the thing that make people connected to them, partially because of romance options, but also just because those characters are more interesting. Morn is I think it's Morn, right? No, I may be thinking of DS9. The Solarian scientist had to be me. That shit fucking breaks me up, man. That fucking destroys me every time. Morin, yeah. Morden, okay. The fuck you mean, Valacar Juvenile? I just want to fight. I want to fire. That's why I've been hearing these stupid fucking combat things pop in. Because they're now having Valacar just randomly spawn at places. Most WoW stories people don't care about unless it's Arthas or Illidan. Yeah, I mean, I was a big fan of the Orc storyline in Warcraft 3. People love that sort of those sorts of characters. I don't mind Valacar being common. It's broken. It's not a huge one. This one might still work. Here's the one over here. Broken, but that one's still working. My point is, effectively, characters are important for connections to any universe. So by improving, by adding in characters that you can follow and work for with mission givers, I feel like that's a good step towards improving the connection people have with the universe. There are other things they can do, which they don't have the resources, time, or tech for right now, which is things like connecting those mission givers together, putting some of them in opposition to each other, maybe having humorous interactions between them, you know. Hey, Citizen Ninja. Like DC Universe Online and doing missions for Batman? Yeah, kind of like that. But like, for instance, doing a mission for Wicklow, and it requires you to go to Recco. And Recco has a line that's like, oh, Wick sent you? He's a good guy. He still owes me X, you know, X amount of credits or something like that, you know? Sure, I'll help you out, and then that gives you the chance to like work with her in the future, or there's a crossover between the two in some way that where like they both have a mission they want you to do the same thing. So currently and for the foreseeable future, ground vehicles are the next to useless. Like I could fly between a small rise or a rock and be safe from ground turrets. Why would they change this? Why would they change what? Why would they change ground vehicles? What they're gonna do is gonna add weather, is the key. Weather is gonna cause problems. So yeah. They hopefully will also be adding terrain that makes more sense for ground vehicles. It doesn't make sense for vehicles. There's also things like wear and tear, which hasn't been fully implemented, which will add problems for your ships. Like your thrusters will get broken down faster. So in some cases, it'll make more sense for ground vehicles, that kind of stuff. There are some glimpses of where ground vehicles can do well. Like in group operations, we've used a NERSA as a sort of a improvised combat vehicle, and it does work pretty well as a improvised combat vehicle as a way to refuel, restock your oxygen and stuff like that when you get into it, to get away from harsh elements. And since it's got such a low signature, you can drop one of those off and then leave, have someone leave, so no one knows you're really there unless they get it right on top of you. It's also mobile respawn, yeah. Yeah, I was wondering about the lore of Siege of Orison. Why are the Nine Tails committing so much to take a portion of Orison? Is it because of the local resource? So we don't know a lot about why the Nine Tails have a beef with Crusader, but they have a beef with Crusader. In the original Siege of Orison, the attack was a feint. The attack was in fact a distraction from them stealing information from Crusader's proprietary databases. We don't know what, either on ship development, on clients, something like that. But they were stealing information from Crusader, and so this whole attack was more as a diversion for them to steal a bunch of money, a bunch of things that make them money. Now, you may say, well, that seems like an awful costly way of doing things. And I will tell you, congratulations. Welcome to your Ninetales 101. Ninetales will do anything to make money and also hurt people. They are like masochists. They love to hurt people. That is their whole thing. Yeah, they're sadists. Yeah, Megas masochists. They love to hurt people. That is their entire MO and has been for a long time. I'm most worried about people who know the difference. Yeah, no problem. I don't know if they've changed that factor in the new Siege of Orison, but from my understanding, they haven't changed it. But yeah, they're all about making money and they're all about causing pain. They model themselves after the Yakuza, but they're sort of like a cross between the Yakuza and not really a cult, but kind of like a cult. They're about taking. They're just bullies. Yeah. But like they see themselves as inheritors of the nine-tailed fox. The classic kitsune. It's a common trope throughout like a bunch of Asian countries. That trickster nine-tailed fox. They delude themselves with higher ideals, but they're just thugs. Basically, yeah. Okay, so if we capture their Ibrahim spheres, we can hurt them back infinitely. Is this how this works? Possibly. No problem. They're aberrant, though. There's a reason why they use the symbolism they use. They use nines made out of snakes, and snakes are a prominent... especially tattoos are prominent symbols of the Yakuza. All of their armor, and as they've been going along, their armor's become more entrenched in Japanese culture.
I_Fi just resubscribed for 87 months. 07.
Hey, Sly, thanks for that 87 months of support at tier 3. You're very important, but we're very impressed, but we're very pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking that. Trust and cheers and chat, y'all. Trust and cheers. I really hope we can use our bed monitors to watch commercials. I mean, in an ideal world, we would have a situation where you could the CIG would have a rotating series of videos and different channels that you could watch to get some sort of background information. Think GTA 4, I think GTA 5 has it as well. They had commercials, they had channels for like news and sports and that sort of thing. They sort of already have the prototype for those because they used to do these lore dumps where they would have basically transcripts of specific shows on Spectrum. Maybe watch the Master of the Story documentaries. Ha! Yeah, CIG's not going to do that anymore. I think the disconnect is the level of info given to the player. A new one just doesn't quite explain what they gain out of it. So it comes off as what I consider tactically inefficient move. For what? Oh, for what the Ninetales gain out of it? The reality is that in verse, we don't know. Like we know the background of the Ninetales. We know that they are hyper violent. We know that they control Grimhex, though if you ask the locals will deny it. Because if the locals tell anyone that that Grimhex is owned by the Ninetales will kill them. I mean, we know that they have some weird fixation on hurting Crusader. But like, they just seem to like violence in general. Hey, Tenko, how you doing? So like the inverse answer is we know what as much as the people in the verse know. People are super confused and scared as to why Ninetales attack Orison. Like it seems like a tactically stupid move because they will lose that eventually. There's no way they can hold it forever. So what's the point? Why would they do that? Yeah. Yes, it does start today. But that'll be in about 15 minutes, would be my guess. What's your thoughts on why they're so hyper-focused on Crusader? Bullies love to pick on the weakest of a bunch. Like, do you think the Ninetales are gonna fuck with with Hurston? Hurston doesn't give a fuck about their own people. Hurston would laugh if the Ninetales decided to fuck with them. They'd be like, cool, now we get a chance to use our genocide weapons.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
JoyPop_ just resubscribed for 49 months.
Thanks for that 49 months of support. You're very important. Public, very impressed, you're very pedestrian. This your father's one drinking. I trust and cheers and chat, y'all. Trust and cheers. Pretty good, right? Honestly, thanks for asking. How's things going? I saw you live and watched and wanted to see what you're up to. I'm just doing so I'm doing like an extended stream because I didn't stream. I took a break last week. So the idea is I was just going to do a long stream. I've been streaming for a little over 2 hours now. So I'm going to be doing an 8-hour stream with the goal of we'll do a giveaway when we reach a certain number of sub points, which is I think I have it set at like 417 sub points. We're currently at 388. No pressure. It's just more of a, hey, I'm going to be hanging out, and if you want, we'll be doing a cool little giveaway if we get enough subs. Then I'll be doing the same thing tomorrow, and then we'll be doing an actual subathon on Thursday. And like, to be honest, I don't think the Ninetales would do well against ArcCorp. There's just too many people at ArcCorp, and Microtech is they're too tech focused. It's also really difficult to operate in Microtech because it's cold as fuck. So like, there's no place to like do an operation on ArcCorp because it's entirely covered in cities, and they'd be pointed out really quickly. Not really legit. Like, when you get a bunch of young, eager violent prone folks, they probably aren't going to be eagerly lining up to go freeze their balls off in a freeze their balls or their tits off in the ass end of a system. And you don't want to piss off the weapons manufacturer who makes genocide weapons. Orison locations are simple. Most of the moons are unmonitored because Crusader is bad at their job, and they have an operations base out of Grimhex, which they know that Orison is too chicken shit to do what they need to do to actually stop them. Orkrov had the biggest potential for a hub city, a la Stormwind Augermire, but surprise, surprise, CIG fucked it up by trams and hangars. I think we'll see, or once they have building interiors, that's probably what it'll become. It still works the best as sort of like the urban environment to do urban stuff with, like urban missions and storytelling and that kind of thing. Whereas everything else is very corporate or very rural. Do you think Crusader is a target and then decided to take Grim, or the other way around? I think probably the other way around. There's more lore to this game than I realized. There's a lot. Because they've been writing stories in the Star Citizen universe, or about the Star Citizen universe, for as long as the game has been in development. Only, I would say, 4 or 5 years ago, did they stop doing weekly uploads of lore stories on their website. So for a while, you had like what, almost 365 days, so almost 365 lore pieces per year. There's some, like, they don't do some weeks because it's, holidays or beginning of the year, end of the year. But just say like 350 lore articles for 10 years, just about. Plus brochures, plus Jump Point editions, where they have a magazine where they have more information on that. So there are literally thousands of bits of information that exist, documents out there for specifically covering Star Citizen. Okay, here I am, moving over from YouTube. This sub thing starts soon. Would it be better to wait till it actually says yes, it's active? Wait until it says yes, it's active. That would be Thursday, I think. Might be tomorrow. Every week. You're right. So it wasn't 350. It was once a week, which would have been, what is it? 40 weeks? What is it? 52 weeks? So let's just say 50 weeks. So that would be not thousands, but several hundred. But they also sometimes did twice a week. Sometimes they have brochures from stuff like that. So plus just like once a month lore bits as well. So yeah, several hundred. In the beginning, we only had the lore. Yeah. Open air landing zones protect each pad with an invisible barrier, and with social tools, watch this game flourish. I am tired because I was dumb and I stayed up late playing RimWorld, so I didn't get a lot of sleep. That's why I was gonna go. I was gonna go get some stay awake juice, but I need to go get my next shipment. These both, yeah, they're both on Walla. Yeah. They desperately need filters on these navigation tools. How about you play a game where crew actually matters, like Jump Space? I love Jump Space, and I do want to play that at some point. I just need folks to play it with. Have I checked out the Astronauts? I've heard of it. I don't remember. I don't know why I've heard that name before. Also in those landings areas, just a shit ton of NPCs that give mission relegated to the area or planet. Yeah. The thing is they need the interior. They need the building interior technology done. Again, it's a matter of allocation of resources. I think generally speaking, the building technology that they were working on is probably not as priority, because they also need to change their generation for buildings for cities as well. So like ArcCorp is ancient in terms of its the tech that was used to make it. So they'll have to completely rework the city generation technology for ArcCorp, and there's no reason to do that until you get Genesis. And there's no reason to go back to ArcCorp as long as it's functioning until you get to what I would gather is Terra. Once you get to Terra, that's when you want to rework that city generation technology, because Terra Prime is fucking massive. So, like, originally the landing zone for Terra was just going to be one arcology, Terra Tower. And there were multiple arcologies in Terra Prime, or in the city of Prime. Am I excited for C-beams? I'm interested. It looks interesting. You think they'll ever have the ability to open cargo bay doors, like, for example, Polaris, not have the ramps extended? Maybe. CIG seems to have trouble with multi-stage operations like that. They also need to get rid of those flock of birds in space around stations. There's a flock of birds? I guess it's not surprising they decided to pair the super heavy armor with the Asgard for monthly bundle. Asgard's extremely popular, and the super heavy will be extremely popular as well. It's a good combo. The only one that would be more not necessarily more popular, but more appropriate that people would actually use, it would be the Valkyrie. So 1, let's run to 4. C-beams, I think, comes first. I actually still have to do my lore video on Fallen Frontier.
Engaged. Quantum travel complete.
The fuck? Someone got jumped here.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Oh, no. So the cloud also, this cloud that you see here, when I ping, is also what you see in asteroid fields when you're mining. It's just the it's noise scatter is the idea. Is that it's saying that there's something there, but the sensors themselves don't know what it is. They just know something is generally in that vicinity. And as you get closer, you can see that it is in fact weapons platforms. Yeah. Come on, Aster. We know the Asgard is the only anvil dropship in game.
Landing gear down.
You're gonna make the tree cry. Both the trees cry. That's because I agree. Blowed. It's they need to have different scanning modes. They need to like section scanning off into different things like ship, mining, combat, kind of thing. I'm confused. Is Castra coming first or Terra? Castra is coming first, then Terra, which means that when I say something like Terra would be the perfect chance to actually use the use that technology, it's you understand why it's not the priority, because Terra is the last system before 1.0. So any tech that's being developed for Terra would have to come after Castra. The earliest we would see Terra is the end of next year. And it's almost certainly we're not going to see that until 2028. Oh, I want a Drake version of the Super Heavy. Oh, the armor? I think Castak would be a better option, but yeah, same idea. All right, I'm gonna go get myself some stay awake juice because it's a little bit about 11 here. I'll be back. Why spend all the time and effort making a thing in a system we don't want to keep it for long? We need when we'd have to redo it with Genesis when it's complete. That's their justification. Not saying I agree with it, but it's where we're coming from. That is effectively the point, is that it's a matter of resource allocation and where along the lines they should be making that thing. I tend to agree with it only because Genesis itself needs to be reworked, or it's going to require a lot of reworking for things. One thing that I'm a little concerned about is that CIG will absolutely make will absolutely remake Pyro last or close to last, which I think is a mistake. This is just me making a supposition. It's not what CIG has said, but the way I can see CIG working things, I can see them doing Pyro, redoing Pyro after they get Terra, which I think wouldn't work. Because I think it would be better for them to sit there and do Castra, or do Nyx right, do Castra right, and then before doing Terra, because Terra is going to require a bunch of other content, go back and work at Pyro and then Stanton and then Terra. Because Terra should be this big, gleaming, central hub city. It's supposed to be a lot of stuff.
Take away my space.
Hold on.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
Never,
ever
ever.
take away my space game.
Trouble Magnet just resubscribed for 102 months.
Thank you for that
I wonder
102
if they'll
months.
ever turn the pyro flares on again.
Well, they need to remake them. That's what they need to do. Thank you so much for that 102 months of support there, Trouble. You're very important, Papa, very specific, any pedestrian. This is your fault. There's one drinking night. Trust and cheers and chat. Y'all trust and cheers. I'm gonna go get my stay awake juice. But Lady Spitful says, I'm not sure I love the idea of returning their focus to a star system. A lot of people avoid. I feel like a lot of people avoid it not just because of its reputation. A lot of people avoid it simply because it is itself a shitty system that doesn't work half the time. It like the only reason to go to Pyro is to grind out missions for blueprints or to get resources. And that's it. And that's it should be more than that.
Ever take away my space game.
Yeah, the floors in Pyro swallow you, which is why they need the rework. God damn it, lovely smell. I was about to leave.
Womblissimo just resubscribed for 38 months.
Thank you for that 38 months of support there, Wom. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, very pedestrian. You rock. Trust and cheers and chat. Y'all trust and cheers. They should just abandon something because some people don't like it. They abandon their player reputation. Well, they still have it on the roadmap. They still have player reputation version 2 on the roadmap for 1.0. I'll be right back. Ugh.
Weapons free, y'all.
Good news, everyone!
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Genesis?
Mission complete. Burrito. I eat. Mega.
Sorry about that. I needed the. I got some Oh, Jesus. Yo, what the hell is going on? Oh, wait, I also have to do this real quick. They're really not have any... I don't have any drinks. Ghost!
Ghost 1800 just gifted 5 subs.
Thanks so much for those 5 subs there, Ghost. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive. Very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Some crews. I am interested in seeing what CIG does with the Foundation Festival. I have a... Maybe I'm being cynical, but I feel like CIG is just sort of doing the Foundation Festival to do the Foundation Festival. Want to get in? Yeah.
Bye. That's all. All right, see you later.
Hey, Del.
We're done here.
I mean, it might have been a little bit of an update. The biggest thing is to actually put those in game, put the guide system in game, because I think it was always on the main menu. The guide system has always been on the main menu, or has been for a couple years now. Hey, I didn't snark. So I'm good. I'm just doing a longer stream for the sake of doing a longer stream, because I haven't streamed in a while, really, or I took the last week off. So I wanted to get back into the swing of streaming. I'm going to take a break here to get some lunch in about an hour, but I do want to finish this mission. Currently on. Because we're not getting a sitcon and have not go our weekly episodes. I wonder if we're getting more Whitley's Guide with Jax and Jimmy for IAE to help sell more ships. I would doubt it. Then again, they did do that interview with the guy who played Jax, who seemed to be... So they seem to still have a good relation with him and want to work with him. So, maybe. Ship shadows were just posted. It doesn't say no Idris this year like it did last year, as far as I can tell. Oh. We aren't getting shit. I don't know. Is the like we like my
Engines on. Quantum fuel at 100%.
my instincts are saying we're not getting anything, but that one is such a I don't have no idea that, like, you know, it could happen, it could not happen. Oh, wait, this is a
Landing gear up.
whoa, whoa, Willie Space Patrol, what's going on? Okay. Look. Ah. You're catching flack or something. Therefore, no video updates. Why everyone slaves away the game nobody cares about. That is so wrong.
Quantum travel engaged.
Lots of people care about it. Like, I'm gonna show you all this once we land. But as I always like to remind people, CIG is making more money than they have ever made before. They broke this last July's record, and they still haven't even started the free flight.
Quantum travel.
They still haven't done this Twitch drop.
Quantum travel complete.
As far as we know, CIG really tracks two metrics: sales and then engagement, which they count by how long are people logging in for and how many times per week are they logging in. And both of those metrics seem to be high. Engagement and funding. I watched a video and of Tomato, and he said they weren't increasing new players though. So who's spending like crazy? When was that? I'd have to disagree with Tomato on that. I'd have to see the video itself though, because maybe he has data I don't have. Yeah, this is 4.9, not 4.10. Tomato said that he doesn't know the numbers and would like to. I mean, we'd all fucking love to know the numbers. CIG won't give us those numbers though, because those are numbers that they're afraid people would weaponize against them, which is probably true, but it would also help the player base understand a little bit more about the consequences. The one thing that CIG seems to both want to have their cake and eat it too. They love the fact that they have a passionate, engaged player base that care about the game and want the game to succeed and give them feedback. And a lot of those player bases are technical minded and people who work in games or work in tech themselves. But at the same time, they don't want to players to, oh, this is where it's going to break. Oh, thank God. They don't want players to, or the community to know enough information because they're afraid that players might use it against them.
Engines off.
They want to be quiet, and they want to revel in the engagement at the same time. No counterpoint? What do you mean no counterpoint? I mean, like, my point, you said, like, no one cares about the game. I'm like, people care about the game for sure. And that's it right there, Lady Space Patrol. Is what you're pointing out is actually is why I think CIG should make these numbers more public, is because it becomes itself a narrative that CIG is hiding the numbers because they're afraid of the numbers, when it's probably more that CIG is panicking about getting that information out because they're afraid that it might be used against them. It's like everything's going to be used against you. But what are the advantages of making those numbers public? Well, it helps players to identify, because you can open source a lot of stuff that would normally require a paid marketing companies to do for you. Like, look at the data, pull out what's going on, maybe even find people who are exploiting the system, that kind of thing. That stuff exists. Drop off from 4.7 to 4.8 and 4.9 is obvious just looking at my org. Zen, the other thing you have to take into account is summer. Summer is always a lower participation in all of gaming. Like right now, let me see. I didn't see how many people are watching. There's 127 people watching me, which is great. But I can also guarantee you that, just do a quick look. I'll do a quick look at the stats. In terms of English, Citizen Spooner and myself are the ones who have the highest numbers. There's a total of 3,000 people watching Star Citizen as a whole. That number is fairly low compared to what it should be around this time in like the fall or the spring or the winter. That's usually around 5. 4 to 5. So like there is going to be drop off just because the summer happens. Families take vacations this summer because of school's being out. There's a lot of older people in the Star Citizen community with kids. So they'll take that time to go enjoy their families. They'll take holidays. They'll go meet with, that sort of thing. Gaming is not as much of a thing for your average person during this time. Hey, Open Comms, how you doing, bud? How you doing, buddy? I refuse to touch grass. Either it's hot out or raining. See, well, that's the thing, is that that's the important thing to, like, why I'm reminding y'all, because y'all are the ones who will stick around to do gaming over the summer, like myself. I'm not pretending I am not part of this problem. And we have to understand that we are a large minority, but still a minority when it comes to things like engagement in video games and stuff like that over the summer. Bad patches definitely are having an effect, but I wouldn't say it's the only effect. I think it doesn't help that when the materials you mine and items you craft are likely to be lost between patches too, you lose incentive to play long term. Yep. things you craft persist. Not always. It's not reliable. And on top of that, the things you use to craft don't persist. So like if you got like a high quality 800 quality ore that you have for crafting, if you don't use it by the time the new patch rolls around, you lose it. Yeah, as like my organization, multiple members of my organization lost significant numbers of their crafted items when the patch came through. So it's not a reliable thing. I stopped because of Stormbreaker. Going from lab to lab fighting through each one only... Pay attention. Gotta pay attention, Paul.
Landing gear down.
Fighting through each only one for one egg to be missing takes multiple hours to do this for a week and just decided it was bad design. It is bad design. I agree with that for sure. It's just like the fact that to get an ICD, which is really not that valuable and it isn't very good, it's just cool to have, requires you to do Stormbreaker like 4 times. You have to be like a really hardcore grinder to get it done. Okay, so that is definitely broken. Is there another pad? There is no other pad. Well, fuck me. Okay. And then shit like this happens.
Landing gear up.
Okay, so we're gonna go with maps or contracts. They're missing processed food. All right. I will simply never be able to craft NDBs because I was taking a mental health break during that terrible Xenothreat event, or we'll just introduce blueprints another way, like Banu Cube. They'll introduce blueprints another way. Here's something that you all need to understand. Your blueprints as they stand now will be wiped. They will wipe everyone's blueprint at some point, probably in the next year. And you'll have to re-earn everything from scratch because they're going to change how blueprints are earned as they start tiering more in terms of what blueprints are going to be. Add things like blueprints you can loot and stuff like that. Like this is like early implementation, throw shit out, see what sticks sort of implementation. When they actually have the resources and time to sit down and actually plan this out, it will be completely different and they'll wipe everything. That is because people are farming the egg and speedrunning worm with ships. Yes, that also happens. Yeah. Everything will be for sale and everything will be earnable in game. Both of those things are true, which is weird to think. All right, let's go to Pyro. Where are we going specifically in Pyro? Jackson's Swap. A great way to ruin one of the more important things in MMO, rarity. I have a a theory when it comes to that. Probably not a good theory. Ooh. Yes, Zen's, it's the 85X. The 85X has no skins. But when it comes to my theory on the rarity situation, it's that CIG is going to fix that with tiers. With crafting tiers. So it's going to feel like a rug pull for a lot of people who purchased big ships and equipment and stuff like that, but they'll just add equipment tiers to everything so that you can, in theory, upgrade all your equipment and gear that you purchased to higher tiers, but it's going to be worse than if you just made it at that higher tier. And on top of that, I think they're going to start pulling back on some of these this hyper sell everything mentality if Squadron 42 does well in terms of sales to keep them afloat. So, like, let's just say you have a ship that has 100 hull, all right? 100 hull and 50 armor. And you want to upgrade that ship to tier 1 from tier 0. And to upgrade it to tier 1, you need to you can take all these materials that you would normally use to build a new ship of that tier, and it'll go up to hull 150 and armor 100. Or you can build that ship from scratch at tier 1, and you'll get hull 175 and armor 125. So it will always be better to build from scratch than it will be to work from than it was to upgrade from the bottom. Yeah, it's literally one of the things I talked about in the crafting Q&A. They said that it will be better to craft from scratch than it is to upgrade, but you could upgrade. I assume he meant rare. I was there items. I mean, those do exist. Those will exist at some point as well. They were talking about the cosmetic. If they was talking about the cosmetic stuff. For example, if a completing Stormbreaker opened a room that contained a couple of boxes of random 1,000 quality refined ore, this would make Stormbreaker very worth it. I mean, yeah, that is the easy solution to a lot of the looting issues, is that just make the loot quality ore. Because they already have the loot in places, things like tactical strike groups. They already have, like, commodities as part of the loot pool. I think it's also in a couple of different places you can get commodities as part of the loot pool. Like drugs, usually. So all you got to do is just add in the commodities, high-value commodities for crafting, and it'll make people more interested in doing those items, doing those things. Making another way to do it. The other thing is, and this is going to sound bad, but I think CIG is screwing up the balance when it comes to what they should be doing with crafting. Like, they've said that, oh yeah, you're never going to be able to buy, like, players will only ever be able to make crafted, like the higher tier items. They really should They really should make it so that you can loot some of these items. You guys are talking about things that are literally years away from game? What are you talking about? Like I said, a lot of this stuff is already in game. This is just a balance thing. Oh, you mean you're talking about the like ship stuff? Kinda. That's a little bit. That's probably like a year or so away. But it goes into the whole like, how do you deal with the problem of selling everything and earning everything in game? Walk away from the light. No, not the tunnel. This house has been cleansed. Go towards the light. Before looting the items, I want better NPCs with upgraded stats and gear. I mean, that would also work with tiered out NPCs. One of the things that CIG lacks right now is difficulty tiers. There should be things that are harder to deal with.
Contact received.
Monarchs. All right, gotta go out of here. Carolyn, go towards the light. Yes. Thank you, someone got my reference. Okay, but when can I be a CNET farmer? 3 years. Series Force won't be disappointing because of the mission design, but because the NPCs are just still bad. Yeah. Can I mention just how good the grab ship expansion is from RimWorld? Right? Odyssey is amazing. There's a bunch of expansion, a bunch of mods that I got for the grab ship specifically, so I can turn my grab ship into a flying capital ship, where you can like build turn specific pieces of the hull into like turrets, and another option would be to build basically like massive cannons on the damn thing. So good. I gotta give RimWorld a try at some point. My only interaction with it is Baru playing it like a psychopath all the time. There is no right or wrong way to play RimWorld. The best thing, RimWorld is the epitome of a sandbox game. There is a goal. There are, depending on the expansions you get, there are multiple goals you can do to finish the game. But it is entirely up to you what you want to do and to set the challenges you want to set. And there's tons of mods that you can do to change the game. I basically only play modded RimWorld because vanilla RimWorld is still kind of RimWorld is thus far the only game where I need to consider giving a Catboy a vasectomy so he and his husband won't have their third child. Yeah, no. It's one of the few games where the literal answer to solving all your financial problems is either organ harvesting or drugs. Is Tynan, I think, was the guy who made it? The guy who made RimWorld. Specifically talked about how RimWorld is, at its core, a story generator. That's not true. Art, true, you can also sell art. But that requires someone who's an artist. It doesn't require a high plant skill to make drugs. Or a high doctor skill to cut up raiders that try to take over your place. So much violence. Why can't you just play nice? What, wait, RimWorld? What are you talking about in this game? Yeah, you know, I gotta be violent with these boxes. As far as I know, Tynan hasn't used AI art. Would I have my Android? Oh, you're doing, yeah, that's right, it's true. But you still need to get you need to have a high enough intelligence skill to get the mechanist stuff to work. The mechanator. There's a mod that I suggest people try. I think it will likely be the next major expansion if Tynan does another expansion, which is called the Isekai update. And while it is based around the idea of like your traditional isekai storylines, it is at its core a leveling system that allows for class-based creation, that allows for your pawns to become insanely good. So you can literally create an unkillable god through just experience. I think he may have hired the vanilla expansions guy. I will do a RimWorld playthrough on this channel at some point, probably in the winter. But I gotta get some. I know there's like mods you can download or expansions you can get where players can like have an impact on the pawns. We'll have to figure out those Twitch expansions. So it's going to be more of a collaborative experience between the community and myself. I gotta find one that's working. might be working. We'll see if these work. All right. Those of you who don't know, you can, in fact, even if you don't have, even if one of them's broken, you can still deliver a mission, even if you don't have all of the cargo. And if you hit finish, it'll give you partial credit, both in reputation and in credits, depending on how much you put in there. Yep. Submit. Right here, says submit. Yep. It is a way of fixing the problem that CIG added in there because there were some issues that were happening. So it will work. It's not perfect, but it will get you credits and reputation, even if there's a bug. Sort of like a... It allows you to do the job that you want to and not completely waste all your time. I probably got like 200K. My Ling Family Holly's pretty good, yeah. Dead Saints with Ticia. Feel like I need to be at rookie and I'm not. All right, put that back. Used to get no credit if you lost one box. This way you can still complete missions. Yes. It lets you still complete missions and gives you some credit for doing it in the first place. There's an algorithm behind it. I don't remember exactly what it is. Whew.
It's the best way to grind the rep. Just send your 1 box down. You get full rep, not just full credits. Just not full credits. Oh, you get full rep. I didn't know that. That's neat. I need to head back to Stanton and then talk with Ticia, see if I can't get more missions from her. We farm C, that's in this community. Oh, they're just fun to say. My HUD is busted. Gaslight. Let's go on 5. Ryan.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
All right. Rod's fuel and supplies, Patch City, Endgame, Pyro 5, Nick's Gateway, Dudley's and Daughters, Rat's Nest, Pyro 1, Home 4, Pyro. I don't have a ton. Let's see who the closest one is. Let's go to Patch City, and then we'll go over.
Quantum travel engaged.
Whew. Let's check our current setup. We're at 393 sub points, so we're still a good... still a ways away. It's fun though. I know why they call it Citizen Con, because con equals convention. At the same time, instead of it calling it Citizen Con, I feel it'd be more, how do you say better if you Citizen Fest, like Final Fantasy has its fan festival conventions. Yeah, it'd probably make more sense to call it a festival or or celebration. Because it actually is also an in-lore event, too. Yeah, that is the reason why it's called Citizen Con, is because it's aping off of BlizzCon. Chris even himself said that
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never,
Never. Ever.
take away my space game.
Snout 3D just resubscribed for 82 months. They have some Bezos bucks.
Thank you for that 82 months to support their snark. You're very important, power, very impressive, Mr. Venom. Please on this. This is your call. You surrender. Good night. Trust, cheers, and shit, y'all. Trust and tears. So basically, 1 year, I'm going to tell you a story. Gather around, I'm telling you a story. And no, you can't opt out. You have to listen. Back in the olden day of 2016, CR was like,
it's very expensive to set up these events for, or was it 2018? I think it might have been 26. It was one of either 2016 and 2018. I think it was 2016. No, it might have been 2018. Chris Roberts said, it is very expensive to stream and run these events at the same time. So we're going to make CitizenCon a pay-per-view event. This did not go over well with anyone in the community because it had always been free. And when Chris was asked directly, why do you want to make this a pay-per-view event? He simply said, well, BlizzCon is pay-per-view. And that was the worst thing he could have possibly said. I mean, it's clear that he compares himself and see what CIG is doing with Blizzard. Makes sense, because that's the closest a lot of folks are going to get to, like, oh, you want to make a big, crazy MMO experience and some single-player stuff that's got a lot of cinematic flair. Yeah, that's, you know, Blizzard's not a bad choice to look at. But when he said, well, BlizzCon does this, everyone said, you're not fucking Blizzard. You haven't released a goddamn game yet. You don't have the right to ask for that sort of thing. And, in response, this is a great example of how the community solved problems for CIG that even involved money. People said, if money is an issue, sell little goodie packages so that people who can't make it there in person could get the same sort of goodie packages you're giving to the people who have the keys, who have a ticket. Sell them for like $5. I mentioned that. I know a lot of other people mentioned that at the time when we were talking about the drama. And lo and behold, a week later, they dropped the entire idea of a pay-per-view and they sold goodie packages for people who weren't there for $5. And it works so well that they've done it ever since. Every CitizenCon, they've sold a little like CitizenCon package that has a bunch of cool little new gear in there. I think it says more about you and your perceptions than Star Citizen CIG. What are we talking about? It's not $5 anymore. That's true. Which is a problem. CIG needs to remember that impulse packages are better when they're impulse prices. The point being, it is something they've been continuing to use, and it was a community idea. And clearly, it works, because CIG still uses it. Sitfest. I do like the idea of Sitfest. So I suppose an example of Chris has weird expectations on himself. And also, we as a community do often have good ideas that can be harvested by CIG, but we often need access to information to know what the problem is in the first place to help them out. I may also be incredibly biased because I fucking love data. I love being able to look at data and extrapolate shit from data. That is what I did when I worked in marketing. It's what I do with history all the time. It is fun. It's like putting a puzzle together.
Oh yeah, I was going to show you all this. Just as a reminder, I always like pulling this up. If I can ask a quick question, I'm currently grinding rep for Intersect group in Nyx. What level of this rep can you start expecting to see worthwhile loot? I believe you get access, not only loot, but you get access to specific missions. And one of the specific missions is the smuggler missions, the Vandal smuggler missions. And I think tactical strike groups as well. Like a lot of that stuff is locked behind Intersect, and that's where you get the decent loot in those locations. No problem. All right. So real quick. July. They've made $6.7 million. Their best year was 2022, but previously for July at 5.9 mil. They are well ahead of their best. Oh, I'm sorry. It was last year, which was the best one, which was 6.4, and they're at 6.7. So they're better than last year. Every single month has been better than last year, except for, I think, March, where it was basically just below it. And then here's the look at new citizens. This is signups on the website. It is currently blowing past everything except for 2023 in terms of recent years. Actually, it is blowing past 2024, 2022, which was the best year they've ever had for new citizens sign up. So it's on track to be the second best year for new players to joining the game. So as much as people want to be like, the game is garbage and everything's awful and CIG doesn't care, I get that. I understand that impulse. It's always important to look at the data we do have and go, the data is showing that they're telling CIG they're doing great, at least financially, and in terms of new people coming into play. In fairness, the game's features are a lot better this year. I mean, stands 4.8. Which unfortunately is 3 months out of the last 7, so about half of the year. But they've gotten better this last patch with 4.9. They'll probably be better with 4.10 as well. But CIG seem to have recognized that 4.8 was a problem, which is why they have instituted all these new changes. More quality of life things, even if they're just small token throwaway things. People like them. I do think PvE content push and ship releases are the main reasons their current boost in numbers. It's patch releases. When they release a patch, they get a boost. That has always been the case. It's because people want to come back when new content releases. So people will play Star Citizen for a little while, and then they'll be like, all right, cool, I enjoy this, I'll come back later, and then they come back when the new patch drops. I think the state of instancing on release will have a big impact on perception in the near future too. Hopefully it's just smooth. Hopefully, yeah. Twin Drive was still the best year for the project in terms of money, not in terms of
new people signing up, but it was a trend up from a downward trend in terms of new players coming in.
Engines on. Quantum fuel at 100%. Launch sequence complete. Landing gear up. Sheet off.
As far as new people coming in and creating new accounts, it's it from them showcasing stuff like Stormbreaker tactical strike groups and saying come and play. Well, the 4.8's big release was TSGs. It was TSGs, but I always think of like was the wipe. I think 4.8 introduced a wipe, and a lot of people who had been sitting in the sidelines decided to jump in because, oh, new wipe, new patch, good to come in, I can do that. And then also the crafting, TSGs, all this sort of thing. Yeah, the theme park stuff. Pretty much skip the entire 4.7. Yeah. A lot of folks just didn't go to 4.7 and just came in back in 4.8 because of the wipe. If we start finding ore kids, we'll keep mining in order to instead. Kids keep mining, yeah. This reminds me, I'm gonna go find a spot to sit down. I'm gonna go get some food, and we'll hang out and talk a little bit more before going back into the game. Thank you for hanging out, as always. Hopefully you're enjoying yourselves, especially since I know some of you are listening at work or while you're doing chores or something else in the background. Thank you for that. Yesterday, Lore spent 4 to 6 hours on one cerulean rock. Must have been a good rock. Oh, modeling in Blender, hey. $967, Jesus. That is a very good cerulean rock. Well, see, Cody, you're right, and I think that also explains why CIG seems to be focused on the new player experience suddenly, after sort of jumping off and on it a lot. And that's because I think that their data numbers are showing the holy fuck, we've got a lot of new players coming in. We need to give players context and understanding of what they're supposed to do in that first hour. What happened in reverse to say thanks for the stream, all tips and stuff? No problem. We got 3 SCU out of it. That seems like a lot, actually. Because isn't it like 1 micro SCU to do crafting for those sorts of items? So it's like, what, 300 units to use? It's in power plants too, damn. So the reason why the crafting ships, crafting stations don't work is because it currently only works in local inventory. It doesn't work in ship inventories. Because the thing is that when you put a crafting module on a ship, Crimson Fire, it still defaults to the local inventory. Like you can't put a crafting on a crafting module on a ship and then have it craft on the ship while you're not in a local area, right? At least last I checked, it couldn't happen. I've been seeing way more Japanese players posting the new player experiences on Twitter as well. I think CIG is making more inroads in Asia. Yeah, that definitely seems to be the case. Question, do you think there will be incentive to build a player house versus hangar as far as storage? Yes, the building a player house will give you more flexibility and give you more customization options. I think CIG is probably going to move away from hangars being the big thing in the near future and focus more on personalization. So like apartments and landing zones, your own hab in a like building area. The reason why people don't decorate their hangar, VPZ, is because they used to, and then it would get wiped. It would get wiped frequently by accident because the just persistence sucks in Star Citizen. Or the fish would escape, yeah. Or you'd lose the hangar and the stuff in it, yeah. There's no grid to lock stuff down. That's another thing. Makes sense why I suddenly had minerals in the landing zone cargo list. Yeah. Because it's not based off of, like they have said that, I want to say I could be wrong on this one. But I remember them someone making a statement that they're getting close to doing local inventory for crafting. It was just a matter of how they coded it. The original, like, hey, the original way crafting was designed, when it was released, was mostly just a, hey, this is what we can do right now. Does it work? Cool, let's pull it out there. So it still had some limitations, but it was working. You want to try to craft in deep space now? I've never seen it work where you could craft in the machine and then have it just come out of the machine. And it doesn't pull from local inventory, so you have to put the inventory inside the machine, which I think when you put that stuff inside the machine, it ends up eating, like holding the space where you would normally use for the actual crafting location itself. What do you mean persistence sucks? I say as I try to figure out what we'll do with my 293 fire extinguishers. They're all party. Basically, they need an entire system specifically for decorating and customizing ships, interiors, and building interiors and that kind of thing. They currently have slots that you can use, but those slots aren't perfect. Gene Parmesan. But with all these issues, do you think the object container streaming failed? If so, what comes after? I don't think it's failed, no. OCS works really well. It's not really a matter of OCS. It's a matter of just making it function at the scale they need to make it function at. The real thing that I think that has failed is this belief that Chris Roberts has, this weird fucking obsession with the goddamn coffee cup. The coffee cup in the middle of a forest shit should just disappear from Star Citizen. It doesn't work. I don't think it's fun gameplay, which itself should be a death kiss anyways. It's bad gameplay. It's really resource intensive. And I think it's breaking the systems. Start decorating. The thing is, and this is going to sound weird, but most of the things that could improve Star Citizen, I guarantee you, would not take a long time in terms of like gameplay. Would not take a long time for CIG to implement. Could probably be done with small strike teams in like a year or over the course of a year. The big things that are problems are like desync and other issues like that probably require a little bit more time and effort. But the issue is that most of the things that they seem to be focusing on are these bigger tech blocks that they're trying to work on, like dynamic server meshing and stuff like that. Agreed on the coffee cup point. Tired of games slowing down due to junk. Every other MMO throughout history has had a cleanup of small entities. So yeah, it's crazy. He wants a persistent Cocan. The thing that we need to have, if we have that sort of thing, is we need deterioration. So that way CIG can set high deterioration or cleanups in specific areas. Like there shouldn't be ships that are just left outside of a hangar or left on like pads out on a space station for longer than a few minutes. Both for immersion purposes and for the purposes of just gameplay, these areas are hubs. They need to be cleaned up frequently. I decorated my hangar once. Spent all the day getting most of the day getting all my little tchotchkes where I liked them and looked great, and all gone 2 days later. And I lost all my keepsakes I gathered since this Kickstarter until the next wipe, and I haven't touched them since. And I won't until I hear people talk about their customization disappearing. You won't until they stop, yeah. Two empty bottles I dropped on the floor of my ship have stayed, and I keep forgetting to get rid of them. But like, why the fuck is this here? Someone pushed this over here for fun and knocked it over and was like, lol, and now it's just sitting here.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Like in any immersive way, this thing would have been disappeared long ago.
Ever. Take away my space game.
Gonzo209X just resubscribed for 98 months. Don't pay anybody in advance. And don't ride in anything with a Capison 38 engine. They fall right out of the sky.
Thank you so much, Gonzo, for that 98 months of support. You're very important, Bubba. Very impressive, Mr. Rating Pedestrian. You rock. Trust and cheers in chat, y'all. Trust and cheers. They can handle that through server cleanup, but they could also use salvage contracts. As for me, they fixed the free bottle mug
before they fixed the server cleanup. So I'm leaving all my empties everywhere in protest. They could have made garbage cans a kill box, but no. Hey.
Gons 209 tip $20. Go on, kid. Buy yourself something pretty.
I will actually go do that. I will actually buy lunch. You just bought me lunch, Gonzo. Thank you. Now here's the question, chat. Actually, I know what I'm gonna do. Like, well, what should I buy? And I'm like, nah. There's a tradition. There's a tradition. Whenever I'm streaming long, I tend to get sandwiches. Jersey Mike's. Make garbage cans kill box, then accidentally get pushed into a trash can. So that would be funny, though. That would just be funny. The way the way they don't implement cleanup in the way that garbage cans either is that's upsetting with the whole immersion argument. Yeah, that's the thing. Pizza CIG has denied you. I might do that during the subathon. I've successfully taken those carts and loaded them into my ship a few times in the last several weeks. They disappeared during Quantum. Yeah, because they were designed for a problem that doesn't exist. Lol, high school all over again. That reminds me. I'm gonna get up and around a little bit, but I'm gonna see if I have the Pacheco delivery. I don't really seem to have the like interstellar missions anymore from her. The one she gave me fucked up, and I couldn't put it in there, so. I'll definitely do that one though. Oh, question. There is already a large universe. Why don't you think they have more objects to find? When you look in containers, there are still the same objects everywhere. Why do you think that is? CIG just hasn't taken the time to make objects. Because you also got to remember that at the end of the day, Star Citizen is a video game. So any object that is made should, by its very nature, be useful for the player in some way, shape, or form. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to do a ton of random objects unless those objects themselves have some value. So everything needs to have some value in terms of gameplay. In a game like Star Citizen, you have a lot of stuff anyways, so you can just generally have more stuff for value anyways. But if you're asking about like the loot issues, yeah, CIG has a loot problem where like they standardize the loot, but that's also kind of important for video games.
How can they evolve from Wicklow-style rewards based on treasure hunting? Can they evolve from Wicklow-style rewards? I mean, this is going to sound messed up. They just need to make Wicklow work. Because Wicklow themselves aren't the problem. The real thing that Wicklow needs to be is he needs to be a mission giver. You need to do missions for him, and then you get to get items from him as a result. Exploration in Star Citizen isn't going to be what you think of. It's going to be survey and specific patch of Daymar, or even a chunk of Person's hinterlands. Yeah, I've been saying that forever. I do think that there's a way of giving the like brave and bold new world sort of idea, which is what I've called the Oort Cloud, which is an actual thing that exists on the periphery of the solar system, but apparently like lots of solar systems have this sort of Oort Cloud approach where they have or have a lot of apparently have Oort clouds. And the idea is that you just set a barrier around a system which is very far away. So it requires like resources and other things to get there. And then once you reach there, you start scanning and you can find random items or random locations, and then you can use those locations to give you to procedurally generate instances. So it's like, oh, you're running into a valuable rock or a derelict ship or a bunch of outlaws preparing, or maybe like an asteroid base that's been abandoned, that kind of thing. And I think that could work for exploration if you wanted someone to be more like, oh yeah, it's going to take me time and effort to get out there and do all these things. And you just set a boundary zone where you're like, beyond this is unexplored territory. Wicklow needs to have an easier way to turn in. I personally don't think he's an issue to the point of the complaints, but I haven't interacted with him much, so I could be wrong. He's just very buggy. So he will eat your stuff and not give you credit for it when you turn it in. So the problem with Wicklow is it can take hours of grinding to get the mats so that for him to give you what you need to give, and then he just eats it and he tells you to fuck off, or your ship or your gear gets reset the next patch, or there's just too many problems that aren't specifically Wicklow related, but they are like Wicklow caused, but they're related to the game. But Wicklow is just simply the scapegoat for it. Wicklow is the personification of CIG's buggy resource transfer system. Wicklow is the personification of freight elevators. How old is human presence in Stanton, Nix, and Pyro? Seems like a lot of abandoned areas, not much time. In Stanton, it's not that long, but you got to remember that there was an entire group of people who lived in Stanton well before it was discovered by the UEE. So possibly hundreds of years. Pyro goes back almost over 500 years, I think. Pyro was one of the first systems discovered, Pyro was discovered during the UNE period, I believe. So the first unified government of humanity. So before the 2520 or 2530. And Nix was discovered shortly after the end of the First Tavaran War during the the UEE, the early UEE. So Nix and Pyro were discovered around the same time, within a generation, around the same generation. So all of the systems that we will have in game, Pyro, Terra, Castra, Stanton, and Nix, all of them are old, very old. Stanton being the newest one, but Stanton has still been around for It was officially discovered in 2850, so it's over 100 years old. But again, this is not confirmed, but it seems like the Dusters were the original inhabitants of Stanton who were evicted during the UEE takeover of Stanton. And these people existed in Stanton for a very long time, possibly hundreds of years, or at least since Pyro had been discovered, or at least since Pyro had been abandoned, which could put it back as early as the early 27th century, so 2600s. I think CIG made a huge mistake wiping Wicklow ships. People raging on Spectrum demanding them to be wiped. We're not doing Wicklow content anyways. Wiping only punished people grinding it. Yeah. Dusters are the ones in Rockbreaker? No, Dusters are the ones that if you go to those like outposts in Stanton that are like junk outposts, not like the old style like abandoned outposts, but like they're outposts with a bunch of junk that's built around them. You see them in like the like cloth and like capes, like a lot of bare arms, very sort of like primitive in terms of their accoutrement. Those are the Dusters. I mean, yeah, obviously these systems are older, but the question was more like, when they were discovered, have they been around? Has humanity been around them a lot? And the answer is yes. Pretty much all the systems that we're going to have in the first 5 systems, humanity's been around for several hundred years in that system. The latest system to be discovered was Tamsa, and Tamsa is a black hole. So literally a black hole. So that was discovered in 2930. So it's still been like 30 years since humanity discovered that. Dusters equals CR answer to programs, in my opinion? Possibly. I mean, the original story, which they've retconned since then, but they still seem to have all of these things there, so I have a feeling that it's going to become more of a storyline that they're going to talk about, is that probably the UEE suppressed the fact that they stole the Dusters' land from them. Like, didn't give them much other than, I have a gun, this is my land now. Sort of approach. So we know about the currently released planets, but how do we know all the POIs and the planets have been discovered by players? I have seen a spreadsheet floating around of the org Discord for POIs for missions. But as far as exploration, is there any documented resources by explorers? Don't know. Not that I know of. As far as I know, there's not consistent spawning of specific things in specific locations. So Wicklow et al. Is Star Citizen cosplaying Star Citizen as a completed game. This triggers the optimal player base to and outright punishes traditional interests. Yeah, it sets up the typical MMO grind fest, where players go, "Oh, game is done now. I will grind," and then when the wipes happen because the game isn't done yet, it's like, why did I grind all of that or something that I barely used? Which is why I don't think that Wicklow needs to be changed, like needs to be completely replaced or anything like that. It definitely needs to be changed in terms of how players interact with Wicklow to get those items.
I mean, isn't it common knowledge that nothing we have now will survive 1.0? Yes, but... All right, this is going to sound weird because those of you who are watching now are the hardest core of the hardcore fan base. But most players just play the game. They don't go onto Spectrum. They don't watch on Twitch. They don't watch on YouTube. They might have a couple of people they watch on YouTube, like they may watch me or Space Tomato or somebody else for various different reasons, but they generally do not interact with the community the way you all are interacting with the community. I would guess that the vast majority of the player base act like that. So when people do end up in the community and get mad, it's usually because they come in, they see game, they go, oh, cool new additions. Play game like it's a game. Because like, even though I play a lot of early access titles, I will still grind the fuck out of an early access title, especially a survival game. Even though I know that it's probably going to get wiped, or things will change, or my build will break or whatever, because I want to play the game. I want to enjoy myself for the time I have. And so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a large contingent of the player base that are like, I want to play the game now that is available now. And that results in players getting stuff and then over a short period of time having problems. Because we're usually not talking about Wicklow stuff breaking, 3 months down the road. We're talking about Wicklow stuff breaking within days of it being acquired. Just sort of disappearing from people's hangars the day after they've actually acquired it. Or putting stuff in and then having that shit get eaten by Wicklow while after grinding for days and days and days. So it's more about that the folks who are playing the game as a game are upset that the game still doesn't have a good, even as an early access title, still doesn't have a fun experience. I know a lot of people that have a game pack but don't really play Star Citizen. That's also true. Oh, yeah, no. I think when they start adding in the tiers for crafting, that's when they're going to reset the crafting system. Oh my God, there's going to be so many screaming. So much screaming will happen. Because when they do that, I guarantee you they'll do it without knowledge. They'll do it with like a week before they're doing it, because they know, they've learned that if they tell people ahead of time, then people get mad ahead of time. And it's a lot better to just rip the Band-Aid off with a week before, or like do it without telling anybody. Nothing we have now will survive 1.0, but people still want their time to have value. If CIG wants people to grind for $400 to get a Wicklow Idris, then they should make you feel satisfied if you do. Otherwise, they shouldn't put it in the game at all. That's a good way of putting it. People should feel their time is valued by the effort they put in, that they're getting the effort out. That is the quintessential problem of grind. Most grind isn't fun, but people do it because they need to progress in some way. There are some grinds that can be fun, but a lot of that requires good gameplay design. And I'm not saying CIG has got bad gameplay design, but what I will say is that CIG hasn't solved the problem for Star Citizen in terms of what that is. Right now it's Wicklow, and they seem to be moving away from Wicklow because people have been mad at Wicklow, and they clearly know that their back end isn't capable of dealing with Wicklow right now. That is probably 6 months, 6+ months away. We don't even have shipbuilding yet. You're right. No, that is 100%. The tier system is probably a good 6 months to a year away. But in my mind, 6 months is January of next year. A year is July of next year. That's a pretty short period of time. For most players, that's not, but for me, that is a short period of time, simply because a lot can change in a year.
I'm talking about tiers. That's what Ramble Ken said, tier 2 fun. The easiest solution for building ships is to use Wicklow. This is going to sound awful, but I think it would be very funny and very intriguing to give Wicklow shipbuilding fabricators. So you can build ships, but you have to pay Wicklow to get access to the shipbuilding fabricator. And I think that's actually the way that Wicklow should go, is you have to have reputation with him to get access to fabricators that he has, or specific things that allow for better improvements, like blueprints and stuff like that. How goes the thought of pubs / hours of office? It's going good. I'm just waiting. I'm gonna get food here in a few minutes. My food's arriving. So I've been taking a quick break, running around. Actually gonna log out. Question, was Wicklow necessary for crafting to even exist though? If you look at the process Wicklow rewards, it seems to be similar to craft. You put resources in, you get a resultant item. It was more about getting rewards for missions that didn't specifically have to do with money. What did I order? I ordered a what is it? A roast beef and provolone sandwich. No, it's from Jersey Mike's. I'm just having my lunch, okay? It's about halfway through. We got another 4 hours to go. Oh, I was going to respond to the tomats. Tell me the nerd. If base building is not ready for release, what do you think they will release it to fill the void? More crafting. The thing about base building is that I don't think base building is not ready for release. I think base building is dependent on Genesis. And so Genesis won't, and they've probably built base building out to the point where they could get it to work. And then put it away so that they'd go back to it once they got Genesis up and running, so they had more of an idea of what Genesis and Starchitect do so they can improve their base building design. Like, one of the things that I think they probably need to do, even though they decided initially not to do it, is they need to make building more freeform. It's okay to have like refineries and like what are they called? Freight elevators and like those things as like prefab buildings. But I think the hab buildings where people are going to store their stuff, or their have their like fabricators inside of them or whatever, like the things that you would have inside a building, those need to be more like a Rust or an Arc in terms of, you know, base, stairs, walls, windows, that kind of thing. Dune-like, yeah. I know that they want to have big set piece buildings like refineries and crafting facilities and freight elevators, power generators. That's fine. But they should allow for the habs to be piecemeal built.
Genesis?
I just don't want a base building to feel like a survival crafter. That's why I'm not fucking with Power World like that. What manufacturer will get the small and medium ship sizes with the functionality of a Rastra for planetary mining with Genesis? Right now it's... does the Rastra have foot mining? Like underground mining? Or is it... it's just like space mining, ground mining, or like with refining. I don't know. I really hope Jared isn't stepping down, finding it weird that we've had no SCLs more or less since all these hiring was announced. You got to remember, Morbid, we haven't had SCLs or ISCs really at all the last 2 years. We've had every SCL or every ISC has been either ship, commercial, or a patch report. And we've had one SCL a month already. We had an SCL in July. We'll have another SCL in August, but we're going to get once a month. Hard agree. The verse is not ready for base building. Maybe instance housing could wet their whistles for it. For sure. Yeah. The thing is that other than last year, CIG has effectively done nothing for crafting for the summer. It used to be a joke that CIG is the least active in the summer and in July or January. And it's actually kind of funny because someone once said, I said, like, that's when everyone takes their breaks at the same time and CIG doesn't plan for it. I remember someone said, that's bullshit. They could deny it if they wanted to. And I had to point out, when else are they going to take their vacations? You can't take your vacation on the lead up to Invictus, which is / DefenseCon, which is the biggest month of the year for them. So anything that leads up to that event, which is going to take you 6 months minimum, you're not taking a break. You're doing that, starting in January. And then the other big time is October, November for CitizenCon and IAE. You're going to need 4 to 5 months, up to 6 months possibly to do that. So when are you going to take your break? Well, you either take it in January or you take it in July. So most people I've known who worked at CIG, when they take vacations, they take it in January or they take it in July. Because that is the least obstructive for their big events. So as a result, January and July have no fucking action. How accurate is the following statements, in your opinion? Subscriptions provide funds for SCLs. About 50%. Subscriptions provide funds for SCLs and ISCs and jump points, magazines, all of which keep people hired. But they also provide content. They basically pay for the salaries of the people who work in the content team. And that content team is also doing other things other than that main focus, but that is their main focus. I think the reason why we're getting less SCLs and less ISCs is simply because Star Citizen has this unfortunate reality of being made a game. So between Squadron 42 and Star Citizen,
most of the developers are heads down on their specific tasks. So and as far as I know, Jared is the only one who does this. Jared goes out to random people and be like, hey, we need to do an ISC on this specific item. Those people will be like, well, I can go talk to you about this item, or I can work on this item and get it done. And it's going to be out in 2 months. I don't have the time to do that. Come back to me when it's done, and I'll do a little segment for it on the patch release. I don't want to make this a trap. Can you touch on your opinion, in your opinion, how subscribers should react to the lack of content current outreach? I mean, the answer is if you believe that your subscription is not giving you what you want it to give you, then don't subscribe. That's the answer. That's the easiest answer. I personally think the subscription system should be changed, because I would, and this is going to sound fucked up, but I would not consider CIG to be an open developer anymore. They were an open developer 2 years ago, but over the last 2 years, they've become more corporate and more closed. And as a result, it's a lot less the community and the devs making this game, as much as the community can help to make the game, and much more the developers are making a game for their consumers who want a specific things with the game. It's become a lot more standoffish, partially because part of the reason why those developers like to talk to me, because they can't talk about anybody else. At least it seems like that. They never said it themselves. But it seems like there's a lot more control that CIG has over their immediate developers, and they're saying less. Even without a ton of events, kids take vacation in July, August naturally based on coworkers with kids. That's also true. So there's just not a lot of pressure. You basically just get a bunch of hardcore weirdos like us who are like, I can play games in the summer. That's why I like the summer. Please give me games, please. Last question. When I go back to lurk mode, do you think a developer Let's Play on a PU as a companion to SCLs might be a good way to react to lessening open development? Possibly. I do think that the biggest thing that CIG could do is it should be less about how much media they create and how much answers they give, and more about players feeling like their input is being heard. Most people would be completely forgive CIG for saying things, for talking about things, or for not talking about things, if they felt like the problems they're having with the game were being addressed. People would feel more like this is open development if it felt like they're listening to the community. And I think that's what we're seeing with at least 4.9. Which is more like things like the change to the scanning, change to mining, improvements to Levski, that kind of thing. Those sorts of changes seem to be better, or seem to be improving the opinion that people have of CIG, because they're actually listening to the problems that people are having. Seemingly pedantic, but I prefer the term customer to the term consumer, since the former indicates more healthier economic relationship as opposed to the late stage capitalist one. Yeah, but I don't think we're really customers in the same sense. We're not getting a product or a service. We're getting content, which is more of a consumption model. Because of who is this momentum person people keep talking about. Yeah, we're getting a live service game.
Morse Mentum. I've said that the summer and January, like between June and August, and like the January, February-ish period, that sort of 5-month period should be what CIG focus just sits down and goes, let's look at everything that players are mad at, and let's reallocate resources, the resources we have, to focus on quality of life. If they focused on quality of life in the summer, more people would be willing to play, because a lot of people avoid it because of bad quality experiences. So if they at least fix some of those problems, even if they'll break later in the summer, and make that the main focus in terms of resources, you'd get more people willing to log on during the summer, especially since May is the biggest month of the year for them. So it was nice to see Highlander post on Spectrum on Economy a few days ago, but another problem is that too much of the conversation from CIG devs appears to be closed Discord to specific groups. Yeah, like, I can tell you that I talk with devs quite frequently. Usually I'm not talking about the game, but it'll come up in conversation. And when I do talk to them in conversations, it's usually, when it does come up in conversations, it's usually stuff that would be mostly boring to your average player, but it's cool. I enjoy listening to it, because it's like, oh, that's neat. You know, especially it's somebody I know who I've known before CIG. They'll be like, oh yeah, that's neat. And that's nice, but your average player doesn't want that. Your average player doesn't give a shit about how improved spawning works or whatever. The average player wants, where's my ship? When's the next big thing coming? You know? And that's why I say quality of life, focusing on what players have problems with, would go a long way. Especially now that the base tech is done. The base tech that defines Star Citizen is server meshing, basically. And that server meshing is done. So in theory, a lot of the stuff to improve the back end, to improve desync, to improve gameplay shouldn't break, because the back end will change dramatically. But yeah, Cody, I think that's because the honest answer is that I don't think CIG is allowed to talk about it too often. CIG developers. And if they do talk about it on Spectrum, they have to be very specific. I mean, we still have a dynamic coming, and that will probably break a lot more stuff, and Star Wars will come at the same time. Dynamic isn't as much as... So, I say this a lot. I'm going to get my food in a moment, but let me explain dynamic. Because I just got to note that it's here. The difference between static and dynamic server meshing is simply where the servers are going. That's it. So in a static model, Hurston is its own server. It's connected to like Bloom and Monox and Levski, right? Let's just say those are all one server. Well, on Hurston, there's a big event. Say there's like a Jumptown style event. There's a big thing that's going on in Hurston on the planet at like a random outpost. Now that random outpost is sharing the same server as the rest of Hurston, Bloom, Monox, and Levski. So if you have a bunch of people in those other places, as the numbers of people gather at that outpost to deal with this event or to accomplish this event, that server is going to get stressed more and more and more.
that is what a static model does, and that's what causes like some places to be low quality and other places to be high quality, because it determines on where really what those servers are working on, like what's with those servers. And then there's dynamic, which is where just basically a system that goes, oh, there's a lot of fucking people at this outpost. Let's take that area and make it its own server. So they basically will pull a server from another part of the verse and say, you are now only dealing with this outpost. And then that server that was covering, let's just say, Crusader and Terminus and Pyro 5, now that is being added into the server that was dealing with, Bloom, Monox, Levski, and Persta. That is it's basically just taking the servers and rearranging them. That's it, on the fly. The actual technology of separating the servers and going between servers remains the same. It just changes where the location of the server is. So fundamentally, it's not that different. It's not going to do anything other than it might break when it's initially released, but it shouldn't break everything else. I'll be right back. Plenty of ways for it to break, as we've seen with Siege of Orison, but it may not break the core functionality of the backend. That's my point. So when you add a bunch of fixes to the backend or to things that connect to the backend, it won't necessarily break simply because dynamic server meshing changes. All right, get back. In theory and practice, we are the same. In practice, we're not.
Weapons free, y'all.
Food. There's a mics. Food. Sandwich. Hey, Ram, how you doing, bud? We do know they were working on semi-dynamic meshing at one point. I think they may have had to put a pause on some of that because of
some issues in the back end, especially with like that 4.8 happened. We're absolutely pimping the 85X. Absolutely. Let the mukbang begin. Yeah. I don't usually eat on stream unless I'm doing these long streams. They have an underdogs category again. Will we get to a 4.67? I really hope we get to a 420. I hope to be there, Ram. Listen, they already missed the Pi Day, so we could put pizza in the game for 3.14. 420 has to be the patch. They finally put fucking pizza in the game. Now, based off the current patch cadence, 420 would be April of 2028.
Drugs.
It's only now that it would be. Otherwise, it would have been an Invictus / DefenseCon patch in May. It's because they put because 410 is coming up, because they changed 410 to be in August and 411 to be in September.
News, everyone.
That's if they keep the current cadence of one patch every 2 months. Mm-hmm. That's a big if for 2 years.
We'll get some more to drink. Do you think there's going to be a 5.0 before 1.0? Nope. If anything, there'll be a beta 1.0 before there is a, rather than a 5.0, because 5.0 would indicate alpha, and there's really still nothing that needs to be done for alpha in the alpha branch, in terms of like new tech or anything like that. Basic building within 4 extra cycle easily. Nobody likes Germany, but everyone wants to go to US or UK. I'll go to Germany. It's just not a very big location. Would you say that you have an active Discord community that plays Star Citizen frequently, or have you noticed a decline in active players? I don't have players that play on my Discord a lot, but I do have an organization Discord that's pretty active. I've got a lot of people who are engaged in discussions, for sure. My wife has family in southern Germany. So yeah, at some point I would like to go to Germany. A CitizenCon would be a good excuse. Patch 420 released on April 20th, adding edible pizza, mediocre Jumptown-esque event, and consumable Widow Maze Slam, etc. Yes. Hey, Homeroom, how you doing, bud? You catching me just as I'm about to head out to grab something to drink and then finish up my lunch. Good to hear, bud. With the 420i ship paint, green and black with a Leaf emblem. Yes. Sorry, I got hit with a minute 30 seconds commercials when you were answering my question. You used to kind of repeat the answer. So I don't have I have a pretty active Discord, but it's usually discussion based. It's not a lot of people who play on the Discord. But I do have an active organization. And I would say on average, 4 to 6 people are playing on the organization's Discord pretty frequently. So I tend to believe that we have it's fairly active. Though it's also the summer, so people tend to not have as much. People tend to go out and touch grass during the summer, that kind of thing. So. In theory, I should have a castle in Germany, but never wanted to study my past and my family to retrace it. Yeah, I was gonna go. I got everything set up, and then I had a medical emergency, and I couldn't go to the last CitizenCon in the UK. Maybe it's just my dumb luck. But every time I seem to get on Ask for Partying Up, Deaf for Mothers, it seems very sparse, not a lot of people in global chat. That's pretty standard, yeah. Yes, I bit into a piece of bread and my tooth exploded. Huh. I'll move to Benlu and become Dutch chocolate. Oh. Yeah, right now it's just not a good position. Yeah. I've met you in person, so I know. That's why I got the joke. They did show at one point where like the traffic was coming from. Let me do this real quick. All right, I'll do this real quick. So, if we're looking at Star Citizen right now, about 3.2 thousand people watching. This is just English. Citizen Spooner, 190. Bam's 168. Me, 127. And then 24/7 VODs. And then Todd Fox, 78. 5-star 78. DC 101, 54. Oh, that's neat. You get the idea. Now, to show Ram's point, when I take off the English filter, the top streamer is Dutch, or Deutsch, German. Nebel DE, with almost 500 people. The second highest streamer is Artvenger, who's Spanish. Then Tarada, who's French. Just below me is Arasil, who is German with 115. That's Cyrillic. I don't know what language that is, though. You get the idea. Like, the top fucking 10 are just a who's who of the different communities. Germany, Spain, France, UK, the US. No, try to never quit. He just diversified more. That's an AFK channel. When you lose live, is regularly 4,000. Yeah, that's my point. There's a lot of people from all over the world who play Star Citizen. We have a huge international community.
There's a reason why Ulf is the head of community now. And he's headquartered out of Frankfurt. The 5-star is also an AFK channel, yes. I'm from Spain, for example. Buenos dias. Me hablo un poco español, pero no es bueno. Porque no es... See, fluentia, but it's not the right word. Fluido en español. I used to be. Grew up speaking it. Stopped speaking it for like 7-8 years, lost it, and still have bits and pieces of it, so. Yeah, like I said, I used to be fluent. My parents used to live in freaking Barcelona, for fuck's sake. I just need to remember grammar rules, and my vocabulary sucks. All right, I'm gonna get some more water. Another drink. We'll get started again. Oh, you lived over. Oh, nice. So I assume you speak Catalan rather than just pure Spanish as well. Everyone I've known from Barcelona, I keep saying Barcelona is what we say in English, but I know there it's Barcelona, is dual language with that. Oh. All right, be right back.
Barcelona! 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 Hello, I like money.
Oh. Woo! I'm gonna see if I can't actually smuggle. No, I'm from Argentina, but I speak Catalan. It's funny. I was born in Argentina, but I'm Italian and I live in Spain. God, that is Europe. Funny story about my dad. When he was in, he didn't speak a lot of Spanish, but he grew up learning Latin. So whenever he didn't know a word in Spanish when he was in Spain, he'd replace it with a Latin word. And so he was trying to give directions to a taxi driver to go somewhere once. And he didn't know some of the words that he like translated words. So he just replaced them with Latin words. And the taxi driver, like in the middle of their driving, seemed to understand, drove away, but in the middle of driving, kind of turned around and said, "Are you from Argentina? Your Spanish is amazing. It's so formal." And I was very confused until I had to explain to him that Argentina has a reputation for its very high class speaking. I'm very hopeful and positive Star Citizen player. However, I get a weird gut feeling that things are going the wrong direction in this game. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not an unusual thing to have, a feeling to have. I would say hold on to that feeling when you get swept up at the end of the year. Because the end of the year will sweep you up with new reveals and new cool things, new ships, that kind of stuff. I was very young when my parents lived in Barcelona. But my dad was very proud to have been representing Barcelona in the running of the bulls, because my dad was at the time he was doing like marathons and stuff like that.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
So he knew all of the secrets to running to the bulls, like that there are 2 guns, starting guns rather than 1, at the time at least.
Vehicle selected.
The 1 was for the tourists who were drunk to go off ahead of time and give them a good head start before the second gun would go off, where they'd actually release the the bulls, so they didn't get like tourist gored. I don't remember that feeling because I still remember playing this game and not having planets. Oh, I know that. A lot of it is also based off of the hope. Oh, shout out your dad works on Marathon. God damn it. I don't remember much of Barcelona, but my dad and mom had lots of stories. To show you how old I am, I have owned this ship since the main entrance was here. This used to be the main entrance. This would open up into a staircase, and you would walk up into the belly and it would close. I don't think the clearance was that much difference either. Like the 400, yes, exactly like the 400, only small.
no space for over your head. Back of real scaling, yeah. Back when the freelancer was more intensive in terms of double check to make sure I'm. No, I don't. That's why. Was more resource intensive than the Idris. Yeah. All right, let's do some. Yes, Paul, we get it. Your knees and back hurt. You don't have to be so direct about it. I'm a youngin' in the community. I'm not even 40 yet. Well, I will be 40 next year, but. To be fair, there was also a lot more younger folks who've gotten into the game recently, which is interesting. One of the weirdest experiences was someone came in here and was like, oh yeah, I'm 24. And I was like, oh God. So you were 10 when this game was announced. That was a little faster than I thought. Kinzo Tibbs. I was in my late 20s when this game was announced. I think I had just gotten married. I say that because my wife and I have been together for a very long time. So we tend to track our relationship from when we started dating back in 2008. So I'm always like, was it 2012 or 2014 when we got married? And I'm pretty sure it's 2012. Because we had been dating for a long time before we actually ended up getting married. We got engaged like 4 years into us dating. Really 3 years. Cam doing well? She is. In fact, you should all buy her book. My wife is an author, a published author of horror fiction. Suspense, really. Suspense horror. What the? Okay, good. You bought it already. That's good. Buy it and read it. It's good. It's called, God, why am I blanking on it?
It's called Panic Eyes. It's semi-autobiographical. It's not obviously biographical, but it's a lot of her own experiences with DID. I think it's book, exclamation point book. I had it at one point. With aliens, it does not have aliens, no. Oh, God damn it. I had it at one point. Let me double check. It's not there anymore. Do.
Engines off. Engines on. Shields off.
Do. I'll put this in here. Personal experience with aliens. Haha. Boom. I wanted to share it's on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and she even has a Goodreads. I didn't even know she had a Goodreads. There you go. I'm setting up a command.
Quantum travel complete.
There we go. Now, boom. Last book you read was 2015. It's always good to read books. Which link? Oh, yeah. Let me fix that real quick. Yeah, that one.
There we go.
Quantum travel complete.
I'll just fly to it. That's a pain in the ass. Oh yeah, Paladin might win. Hey, baby, how you doing? Yeah, speaking of books, I don't bring it up often because it's not done yet. But for the last year, I've been writing a book of my own. Something that's been in my head for a while. I've been a writer a lot. I've been like since I was a kid. I wrote short stories. In college, I wrote a play that got produced, that kind of thing. Like I've done stuff in the past, but since getting old and getting a career, I just didn't do it as often. And, you know, streaming and doing videos has sort of filled in that creative void a little bit. But I decided, you know, kind of want to do that. I'm going to try. So that's, I sent out a couple of early work in progress stuff to folks, just to kind of get a vibe. And the people who read it said, yeah, it's pretty good. It's still got it needs a lot of work in the sense it's like, it needs, you know, retooling here and there for certain things and editing, obviously, but the bones, they're good. If that was, they may do that. But yes, 85X for Best in Show. It's not about Star Citizen, but it is science fiction.
System off.
Coupled.
Shield off.
See where I can see if I'm coupled or not. There we go. Okay.
Landing gear down.
Okay. There's deliveries right there. Gotta find a good space to park. Here, I think. No, it's too. I'll have to park over here and then walk it in. For those of you who are wondering, this is a Duster's outpost. I feel like CIG often goes pretty big at the end of the year. Do you think that they'll do the same this year? Yes, they will. I think they will.
Hello, how can Miss help you today? Systems on. Weapon system off. Shield on.
There we go.
Engines off.
It was a completely legitimate cargo delivery. It's going okay. I always love to get freelance Max. When do we vote again? After the first round. The first round is to decide which ones are the most popular. Then the second round is the actual, like, head-to-heads. Yeah, I think we're going to get Nick planets. I think we'll at least get Nyx 1, if not Nyx 1, 2, and 3. Nyx 3 is super easy for them to do. Like, it's insanely easy for them to do. I was talking about the Dusters earlier. This is Duster's Outpost, so if I can find a Duster walking around, I'll show you what I mean by who the Dusters are. Here we go. Take a look at this gentleman over here. This is what the Dusters look like. Really badly pixelated, apparently. That's because the helmet's kind of clipping through. You get the idea. Shape-shifting folk. They're Wendigos. Basically the sand people. Yes. You've seen somebody else who's not shifting between realms. One Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a room for you. How did I get here? Who is this clown? I just explained who I am. I don't know how you got here. Are you just too drunk to figure out where you are? It's a personal problem there, bud. All right, yeah. So I was talking about the Dusters earlier. This is the Dusters. They were like the sand nomad stuff. find another example. We're just talking to folks. For those who don't know, I do a lot of lore looks at CIG at Star Citizen. So like I put together videos on what these CIGs released with the lore of Star Citizen and other stuff like that. So probably drunk, yes. It's always a good idea to bring drunks into the bar when they're already smashed. What were you up to there, Spoon? I saw you were playing some Star Citizen earlier. When did you show up? Not seeing anybody else. There's only 2 fucking dusters up here? Okay. Paper scan tech demo. Gotta love the scan, buddy. Oh. He just showed up. So I was saying that, for those you don't know, these are the descendants of the original inhabitants of Stanton. When Stanton was originally, almost certainly they are, say. There's no guaranteed proof on it, but it's just a very high likelihood given what we know. When Stanton was first discovered, there were people already here, which is why you see all of those ruined outposts, which seem far older than anything else in Stanton. And those people who were here before were forcibly evicted by the UEE at gunpoint because the UEE wanted Stanton because it was a valuable trade route. They wanted full control over it. So they exercised eminent domain with a fleet. So a lot of the original inhabitants were kicked out, but over time they snuck their way back in and returned to rebuild some of their settlements. So it's my belief that these are based off what we know and based off of CIG's not so subtle discoveries, not so subtle, like the way that they designed the dusters, they're clearly the original inhabitants, or at least the descendants of the original inhabitants. And those people were bombed, exactly. Just testing solo siege. They need to fix the med beds there. Oh, you're doing siege, nice. You did a flawless Siege of Orison run, no deaths, best game ever. Oh, sounds perfect. God. So siege is, oh God, I don't even, I'm tempted to try it, but I'm like, I don't know if I want to. And to imagine, get your house bulldozed, and then only have the UE go, Lord, setting is expensive. Settling is expensive. We don't want to do it ourselves. Yeah, basically. Imagine you're in your house, a full fucking armed troop kicks down your door, throws you out, blows up your house, and then and the rest of your neighborhood. And over the course of a decade, they just kind of go, man, I don't know what the fuck to do with this. This is hard. I don't know what to do with all of this space now. So, are the instanced medical beds supposed to support respawn in Siege of Orison? I don't think so. I think they're designed for medical purposes. Yeah, well, I mean, for like a decade, they did nothing, and then eventually they're like, hey, Walmart, here. You own this land now. Walmart, Amazon, Google, and Boeing, here you go. You own this land now. You might be a little pissed. Yeah, Apple. No, they're there for respawn. They're checkpoints. Oh, okay. I figured because like the original Siege of Orison, they were used mostly for you're gonna get fucked up. Here's a spot where you can rest and get like recover some of your get healed up a little bit. Want is irrelevant. I am a stream machine. All right, contracts. Gosh, is my rep just not going above? Trainee? I guess I have to get my standing up higher, I guess. It looks like the hauling missions aren't doing anything. All right, I'm gonna do this, but I'm gonna get a better better ship for this.
Landing gear up. Quantum travel complete.
Dead Saints do work with the Dusters. Which is why I like the Dead Saints even better.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Like almost all of their drop-off points for like pickup stuff is like, hey, go to this place and pick up and then go drop it off at a Dusters outpost. Photo from my life on the shores of Chawas Beach. Give me hope. Give me hope again. Let's see how that lasts. Really nice. But if I had 2 reps for every rep, seems to be placeholder. It does, but it also seems to be. I actually like it because it sets the idea that you have an overall rep and then you have a specific rep for a specific thing. All right, I'm gonna do something stupid.
Shields on. Contact received. Landing gear up. Weapon systems on.
Auroras? Really? All right, boys. Let's see if you're brain dead or real. They're brain dead. God, this server is so bad right now. You got it, old guy Doom. It said freelancer rec. Let me try this. There we go. Doors open. Maybe they do give a narrative W to Crusader at some point, though. They've been punching bag for so long. They're going to be punching bag for probably the entirety of Star Citizen's existence. Their W's are their ships being released. All right, so what's the cargo we got in here? Easy peasy. What are you doing? Why are you flying that direction? You're supposed to fly that direction. Alright, well, we'll just do this one at a time, I guess. So one of them just disappeared. It'll pop up when I get in my ship. Any reason why Crusader is a punching bag? Low reasons. like narrative reasons, they're just easy to punch. They're super successful. They've got a lot of money. There we go. Yeah, they don't govern very well. That's one thing. Come on. From Rainwalker? I think I already unbanned that guy. So basically, they're all great. You didn't? I thought we already had this conversation. Maybe I'm thinking a different one. They're all great and complicit, just not the problem. It's just not competent. They're just not the problem they're facing. Basically, yeah. No, I get it. Fuck.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever take away my space game.
Barb32 just resubscribed for 6 months.
That is 6 months in advance. Thank you so much. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed, Mr. Fanny Pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking out. Trust and cheers in chat, y'all. Trust and cheers. We're talking on Twitch. Their knowledge. Wait. Was Rainwalker the guy who was who was stream sniping us? That one league event? It's 11. So no? Okay. I was asking mostly my just gotta find where the bands are. Let's do this. There you go. Should be fine now. As long as it's not being a dick, you should be fine. Scan callers. No, yeah, there it is. I am good. This fucking bug. Mining in Clio and Uterpre. I can't remember how to say that. There's a way to say it. Is a pain in the ass. I know people who decided that many ton object can be buffeted by wind easily while stationary thrusters are firing. Stubs their toes on Legos until they fix that. God damn. What's the lore behind Magnus 4? There's a water bottle in game that says it's a mysterious place in the Empire. That one I don't quite know. But my guess is, I think Triggerfish is located around Magnus. I could be wrong. There could be Triggerfish. Or the space whale.
Engaged. Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel complete.
There is no Magnus 4. That's why it's a mysterious thing. There is no Magnus 4. Yeah, I think that's one of those Triggerfish jokes. Where like people in Magnus will say, you should go to Magnus 4, kind of thing.
Engines off. Engines on. Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Oh, so you say big Magnus got him, boys, kind of thing. Yeah, no. So Magnus 4 is the most mysterious place in the verse that says that some people say doesn't exist because it doesn't exist. Magnus 2 is Berea, which is where Drake Interplanetary is located. Magnus 1 is just like a small rocky planet. And then Magnus 3 is a gas giant. There we go.
Landing gear down.
Any visible improvement to abandoned vessels at points of interest? Oh, I mean like less abandoned vessels? No, I haven't seen that. Well, I mean, the point that Iris is making, Silver, is that these ships have thrusters which can counteract 1 G of gravity. Yet they get buffeted around by like a light wind. Door open. Open sesame. Clactu narada nicto. Okay. Thought I had hit it before, and it was doing the like delay thing. If the wind's gonna affect a big ship, then you wouldn't be able to walk on the moon as a person. Yeah, effectively. It's just, it's an attempted balance by CIG. It's not realistic. It's just that CIG's atmosphere and like dynamic, like the models they have currently for ships is all fucked up because it's more about an attempted balance for something that they don't have yet, which is wear and tear. Like they want thrusters that are not designed to counter, to be like VTOL thrusters, to chug more and have a little bit more variance in their movement. But that should be with all ships, not just mining ships. It's not going to hold this thing basically perfectly still in the air of an atmospheric planet, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's just Euterpe and the moons have some weird physics bugs.
Take away my space lasers, but you can never,
Ever.
take away my space game.
G Hosters on 214 has subscribed.
Thank you to G-Hosters. Ghost Airson, thank you so much for that Twitch Prime sub. You're very important, very impressive, very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers and check. Shots and cheers. What are we arguing about anyways? There should be, were you talking about how, like, the wind buffets ships when it shouldn't? Sails usually aren't made out of fucking tons of metal. That's what they aren't. Keep doing this. Really? Fuck that. All right, can I store this? Yeah, I can store this. I'll store this in server hop. I have to watch For All Mankind. I haven't seen it yet, but I just recently got Apple TV. 5 seasons? That's insane. All right, I'll be right back. We've been going on for 6 hours. We got some hours left.
Ah, I just needed to server hop. We're coming in up at 6 hours. I got about 2 more hours to stream. What day is today? What time is it? I'm so confused. Good Tuesday to you. Hey, Wolf. I love the 4-9 intro. Stand-in wants free security, and the advocacy says go fuck yourself. Because they've been providing free security, but the deal that gave the rights to the companies in the first place to have the fucking planets meant that they didn't have to pay for fucking security.
I love democracy.
Remember when Jared still made subscriber content for people that people are paying for? Yes and no. Because there is still subscriber content that you can get, including Jump Point. But people forget that Jump Point exists. And there's still content, it's just not weekly anymore. I think I said it on the captain's table, and possibly even the launch sequence, that we don't really have open development with CIG anymore. It's much more corporate.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has please visit us.
What do you mean it's been 4 months? We had an ISC last month.
May is known for combat in the Star Citizen universe, or at the combat in the Star Citizen universe, or at the very least, celebrate.
2 weeks ago.
Last week we announced.
There you go. Now, I know a lot of people say, that's not fucking subscriber, that's not fucking ISC, that's just a patch report. It's like, yeah, that's what ISC is now. Nope. I ate pickles for the first time last night, and my guy is still shit-faced the next morning. Woo! Welcome to the Pickle Club. Pickles and Star Citizen hit differently.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Just don't get addicted. Pickle addiction is a serious thing.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Please visit us.
Oh no, we don't have weekly ISCs anymore. But that's ISC now. And I get it. It's not as fun or as engaging or as informative as it used to be.
But like, that's kind of always been the case. Every time they go through a new cycle, they change it up. I remember people still complained about not having the hour-and-a-half ISEs anymore. Oh, trust me, I know. So many people have taken the clip of me saying, fuck you, Jared. And that clip of Jared saying there's going to be more of them at the end of the year and stitched them together. I have been shown that clip 4 fucking times.
Vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Okay, so I'm going to have to go somewhere else, I think. And
Your
pull.
vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
What do you mean I can't retrieve? What the fuck? Well,
Please visit us again.
main menu time.
Goodbye.
Yeah, they did a really good job with the drunk effects. Fuck you, USA. Back to Australia. Why can't they have Chris talk to Jared once a month? Easy vid. Because Chris has to be in the same place as Jared, and they have to have something to talk about. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt that they're full force into Squadron 42 media content creation. Updating old content creation. But the problem is that this has been the same case for 2 years. It's a lot of different factors. Though I think the biggest factor is that most of the developers are busy making the game now. So they don't have time to sit down with Jared for like 2 days and record, or at least a day, and record video on stuff they're making. Plus take time out of their workday to gather video or gather information and like video, or give access to the content team so they get an access to those the new content, and you know, show it off and all that kind of stuff. The problem is that now that that's no longer a thing, now that we no longer have ISEs and SCLs that are weekly, they're still monthly, but they're not weekly. We should probably have something that fills in that gap, that weekly gap, but they don't have anything like that.
Welcome. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
My boy, own it. It rules. What are you talking about?
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the follow. Please visit us again.
Oh, the Stitch GIF? Eh. My opinion aside on the actual, what they would be, do you think they went out and, do you think that's why they went out and snagged Ollie? Possibly. As far as what Ollie has said that I've seen him talk about, he's said that he's not doing content itself. He's not making videos and such like that. He's more in charge of back-end stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's a producer or something of that, along that lines.
Hello, how can Miss help you today? Systems on. Launch sequence complete. Shields off.
But yeah, that's an example of what they could be doing. Stuff like bug smashers, like Lawmaker's Guide to the Galaxy. Contract. Unverified. Hauling. Delivery. Mercenary. Dead Saints. Let's try that one more time. Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
C0FF33 Gaming just resubscribed for 104 months.
Thanks for that 104 months there, Coffee. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. This is your father. You're drinking that. Shots and cheers and shit, y'all. Shots and cheers. I agree with the entire take you've had over the past 10 minutes. I joined right before 318, so it feels like I started right as they became what they are today, and I missed the good stuff and caught the crazy releases. Yeah, the problem is at the end of the day, CIG is not one to admit fault, and they're not one to do anything that is anything close to engaging with the community in a way that feels satisfying for everyone involved. It's not to say CIG is this big evil entity. But it is to say that they need to change in order to be if they want to be a company like they seem to be pushing themselves to be a big corporate entity, then they need to start changing some facets, or they need to start hybridizing some of their ideas when it comes to like being a oh, we're just a small indie dev. This shouldn't be this easy, for instance, but I mean, that's a different thing. Talking about communications, not the gameplay. Perfect. shit. Nah. Caesar wants to sugarcoat and distract from the from completion of the one vision their founder got. Slow. There you go. And I think if Squadron returns out to be a complete failure in ways that sales numbers post-release, they'll keep pushing. Because one thing Chris wants to see. What are we talking about? I'm not being a pirate. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm simply recovering cargo that was stolen from orphans, okay? Listen, Our Lady of the Dead Saints, the Sister Superior Tisa Pacheco, legitimate organization that helps orphans all over the Stanton system, Pyro, and beyond. I think there might be extra cargo. Because right now that's 6, and there's more than 6 in there. Paul is Santa. I am Santa. That's right. Check the box. Check it one more time. We are good. So that is 9, 10. I think this, yeah, cargo boxes. There's 9 cargo boxes. So yeah, it's not 9 SCU, it's 9 cargo boxes. Even though it's 2 SCU, that still counts.
Landing gear down. Shield off. Landing gear up.
Listen, this was already my stuff. Or I should say, it was Sister Superior Pacheco's stuff. They had to ditch their ship because so I show up to get it back, that's all. Ooh. Star Citizen is the horse to keep Squad 42 funding going, even if, especially nowadays, the pledged money doesn't represent it in any way, shape, or form the development of Squad 42. If it turns out Squad 42 simply isn't well received in today's market, Chris would want to keep going and put more than half of the funding into the next part. I really doubt it, honestly. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I am not in the camp that believes we will see Squadron 42 Part 2 immediately begin development. Unless Squadron 42 is extremely successful, we'll more than likely see everyone in the Squadron 42 team either being moved to Star Citizen or being fired. And then, so they can slim down the staff so that they can cut costs. And then they'll focus on Star Citizen to get it out there because it's much more valuable to have a 1.0 Star Citizen and a Squadron 42 release than it is to have 2 Squadron 42 releases. That sounds exceedingly short-sighted, but that's Corpos for you. I don't want to sound cynical, but when has CIG ever been like far-sighted in their planning? Agreed, but I hope they don't get canned, at least not until 1.0. I am cynical when it comes to that. If CIG could, they would probably shut down every studio except for Manchester. As for the third time, I think the third time you say I don't want to sound cynical, but because I don't think that Star Citizen is failing. I don't think Squadron 42 is going to be a bad game. In fact, I think it'll do pretty well. It probably may not, I mean, it's not going to break any records, but I think it's the right game for the right time. The reality is that we have never been more primed for single player games than we have right now. Most people are not into live service games. Star Citizen is not the kind of game that the majority of gamers want to play, but they might want to play Squadron because it's in a niche that's interesting. It's got high production value. It's pretty long. From my experience, in terms of what I've heard and what I've seen, it's got a pretty decent story, got really good, interesting characters. That kind of stuff goes a long way in today's market. So I think a lot of people are wishing for for a failure when it's reality it's probably going to be a modest to decent success. Yeah, there was a fad of live service games, but that's dying, and what's being replaced by it is single player because of the cost of someone said the cost of for hardware. So having games that can run on older hardware or more optimized is usually pretty good, and single player games tend to be more optimized because they have more time to optimize than the live service games that constantly get updated, so they don't have as much quality of life. It may draw in more people for multiplayer, but it doesn't really have to as long as it draws in people to play. Why would you consider it a mild success? So, let's look at the cost or let's look at the, if CIG does the smart thing, which is not even the smart thing, but the thing that they'll probably they should do minimum, which is sell Squadron 42 for $60 on Steam and GOG and Epic Store and all the places they could sell it at, as well as on their website. So they sell it for $60. Okay, so they sell Squadron for $60. Most of the other services will take a cut of that profit, right? Like 30%. So around $40 is what they'll get after everything's said and done. $40 per sale. So if they made, let's just say 100,000 sales, which would be insane, but not impossible. That's $4,200,000. I say that's insane because it might be more than that, but 100,000 to maybe even 500,000 sales isn't too out of the ballpark. I said 100,000, 500,000. Maybe 1 million. I'm trying to think about what. Let me look up Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. So Kingdom Come Deliverance sold about 2 million copies within its first year of development, or its first year of release, right? So smaller scale, but not insane. Let's just say 2 mil. That puts them at about 84,000 or $84 million. Was a good ending against, I would say, Kingdom Come Deliverance, the original one. Let's even look at Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 made $3 million over the first month of its release. So it made a little bit more. To give you context, Ace Combat 7, which was the best-selling Ace Combat game in the series, a series that's been around since, God, late 90s, early 2000s. It sold its best-selling game, Ace Combat 7. It sold 7 million copies. That's a AAA game, fighter experience, 7 million. And that's over Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. I don't think CIG or Star Citizen or Squad 42 will sell anywhere near that. I think if they sold 2 to 3 million in their first year of release for Squadron, that would be fantastic, which is like $100 million, which is nothing compared to what CIG makes on average from Star Citizen. But it also means that you don't, unlike Star Citizen, you don't have to constantly update Squadron. You can just leave it there and it'll passively gain income over a long period of time. And as somebody else said, CIG doesn't actually have to pay anybody off with that money. That's all pure profit. It's just pure in the bank $100 million over a year. Now, a lot of people are like, well, it's been sold before. Yes, but I challenge you this. How many people will buy it on Steam who already have it through CIG's website? Do you think it'll be as popular as Fallout 4? Probably not at release, no. Hey, I'm done. It's more of a ship combat game, though. It will have as if it's more than a ship combat game. Yeah, but it's probably the closest you can compare it to. Maybe Mass Effect 1 as well. Squadron will likely be a cult hit, yeah. But I don't think people think that like Squadron's going to fail because anyone who has purchased one will have purchased it. That's not the case. There's plenty of people who don't have it who own Star Citizen, who are interested in it. There'll be more people interested and know about it simply because it's on fucking Steam. So you'll get more people that, and if it does well enough, if it's not complete fucking mess, and it shouldn't be, then it should do well by word of mouth. And as long as it's released in a decent time. That's why when I say I don't want to sound cynical, it's because I do not think Star Citizen or Squadron 42 is going to fail. In fact, I think they're in a better position than they've ever been in a long period of time. 4.8 was just a shitty patch that everyone's down on because it fucked a lot of people's vibes over. But like, I get the focus on, oh, well, we are going to get all of this content from, weekly content. It's like, yeah, things change. That shit sucks, but it's not the game. At the end of the day, I'd love Jared, but I would much rather the game than Jared. Well, that's why I was explaining the whole, like, I think I've said, when Jin said, I think he thinks I said, I don't want to sound cynical like 3 times. It's because I really don't. It's not officially announced. It's got to come out on Steam, though. There's not enough info to say whether it'll be good or bad. We've barely seen enough of the current Squadron gameplay, just the old shit. Yeah, it would be insanely dumb for them not to release it on Steam. there is going to be some replayability with Squadron 42. Chris Roberts is pretty famous for his branching storylines. Well, and while I don't think there's a ton of branching storylines in Squadron, if any, I do know that there are options that will affect the story. Plus, the way that every mission is laid out, I really need to go through that vertical slice. Because I think not a lot of people have seen the vertical slice from Squadron. Because there's actually developer commentary from Chris and I think Todd Pappy and Sean Tracy talking about what their mindset was when they developed the game. And the thing that's really like, eye-opening is that they're developing the game with a concept of like, here is the objective, here are you. All you have to do is get to the objective. However you get to the objective is up to you. Stealth, action. I don't think there's any conversation style, but there might be. Find shortcuts, that sort of thing. So while it's not insanely different, there are different routes to get to where you need to be. Steam on day one. Fire. Steam on day one. Speaking of game industry craziness, thoughts on Saudi Arabia being approved to acquire Electronic Arts, Paul? I think it's a bad idea for both Saudi Arabia and EA, but, you know, we'll see how that goes. Let me see. It's just delivery. Ship combat and all right, the Saints. I'm moving up a little bit there. If they switch focus to Star Citizen, it'll take them forever to come back to Squadron 42. Yep. The vertical slice thing was 2016. It might have been 2017. It was that one. There's a developer commentary on it in terms of like the mentality they're building the levels for and like how they were approaching the game. Why people won't stick to it and keep bringing up like Cyberpunk or, for instance, like Baldur's Gate. Yeah, Squadron 42 is not a RPG, but that doesn't mean it won't have replayability. As Dell said, it's going to be a niche, like cult hit, but that's all it really needs to be. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna do this one more time. I haven't heard anything from the Tomat. Got about an hour and a half left. I'm gonna go feed my cats. That's what I need to do. I'll be right back. There are some decision points to be made in the game where, like, if you make a decision, it will change some of the outcomes, but it's not like a huge change. Plus, there's also side missions you can do, which are not part of the main story, but you'll be introduced to doing them. I just can't wait to play a Star Citizen-like game that has zero desync. Squadron 42 will feel buttery smooth compared to Star Citizen, almost certainly. I mean, the prologue demo had one big decision in it too. Yes. Decision 1, kill Gal Mason. I'm gonna fucking end you, Bo.
Don't you dare kill my husband. I'll be right back. Who died? I am going to Star Jump Summit. You will find me there, Bo. All right, let me do contracts. Let's do a little bit more of the Dead Saints mission. Really? Oh, this will be fun. Yeah. But yeah, Jaded, as Jaded pointed out, there was a big decision in it too. That doesn't necessarily change the outcome of the story, but it will definitely change how the main outcome of the story. It'll definitely change things like who's left in the story or how it plays out fully. So there'll be some variations on endings. I don't think there will be just one ending. There'll be different endings you get. But they will all end in the same direction so you can move towards Squadron 42 Part 2. I hope one of the DLCs for Squadron 42 will add co-op mode. They did say that they wanted to add co-op at some point, so... Would Star Citizen PU lore be vague enough to cover all the possible Squadron 42 endings? Yes. Oh god, Squadron 42 Part 2. Well, there's 3 parts. The first one we're getting is Part 1. I don't expect a Squadron 42 Part 2 until after 1.0 Star Citizen drops. That reminds me, I have to get my flight to Ohio.
Oh, they poured over a lot more content and assets from Squadron 42 into Star Citizen. Likely they said they would. They already have started. Basically, everything we see in terms of the Moby Glass, the new HUDs, all of that is Squadron stuff. The weapons, like for instance, the super heavy armor that we're getting in 410, that's a Squadron 42 asset. How do I know? They fucking said it in the monthly reports.
Contact received.
I'm so good at this chat. Look at me. Top dog fighter. Woo. Look how difficult this is. Huzzah. This white knuckle action. I know you come here for this white knuckle action. So difficult. Good job, CIG. I'm guessing I'm thinking more of a dump of content. You're not going to ever see a dump of content from CIG. The most you'll see is like things they're holding for Squadron, like melee combat or like a infantry combat or FPS combat with the Bandul and that sort of thing. Squadron 42 exclusive vehicles. I'm sorry, bud. I don't mean to like burst people's bubbles. I just want people to set realistic expectations of what's going on. Like, I don't think it's going to be bad in any way. I think people just have this belief that like there will be a flood of content. And, you know, there hasn't been a flood of content despite there being most of their tech features being complete. And it's because they just still don't have a lot of things under control. They still have major issues they got to fix. In the back end, tech to polish up and get done. Ow. Where did you go? Did we just move it into nothing? Oh, fuck. So the problem is it's 10 things. That's 2, 3, 4, 5. Six, 7, 8, 9. Yep. Guess I can find that. Yeah, it's gone. Ah, fuck. It means it's basically worthless right now. Yeah, when a glitch like that happens, this is one of those missions that doesn't have the turn in option. So it's basically pointless. When a glitch like that happens, you're just fucked. Ha! That's never gonna happen there, Dream State. Me and CIG are not on eye-to-eye terms anymore. See, that should be it right there, but it won't be, because I did the same thing last time where I found it. It's like, oh, there it is, and then it turned out to be bugged out. Let's go back to Hurston. It's because I leaked about the delay for Squadron 42. I'm in their black book of fuck-ups. Thank you, HB. Yep. It's all right. As Toa said, it was never going to happen, really. Maybe after 1.0 had been released, but, you know. It's all right. I knew it was going to happen when I did it. Frankly, I did it because I was tired of CIG playing this fucking game. Now at least the community knows that CIG knew that that Squadron 42 was delayed as early as May and said fucking nothing. Yeah, the lack of any release dates is pretty telling. It would be delayed, but typically, if I hadn't said anything like that, people would have speculated on when it would have happened and all that kind of stuff. And now everyone knows. Back in like May or April of this year, they knew it was delayed and said nothing. So bridges have been burned. Not that bridges can't be rebuilt, but that's not in my power to do so. It's up to CIG, and if CIG wants to, I'm perfectly willing to work with them. How is that a leak? Because I talked with the developers who make Squadron 42 and they told me. And I said in the video that I was talking with developers and they told me. The reason why I said it was because I wanted to make sure people knew this wasn't just my opinion. This was like coming from the horse's mouth of people I trust. People whom I was very careful to talk to about this sort of thing. This wasn't a casual conversation on Discord. This was through secure channels, or as secure channels as I can get. Completely off the record in terms of the individuals. I mean, it's completely understandable.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
So that was in the video as well, but that was a completely separate thing. That one was more of and I showed that in that video. That specifically, it was in a video with a dev who mentioned it specifically, that they should look out for it. That was not, I did not hear anything about Games Fest or anything like that, Summer Games Fest, from my sources. Those sources only simply told me that it was not coming out this year and they have dates in mind, but it wasn't the same date and it didn't seem like it was a solid date. Early 2027, yeah. Early-ish 2027. Which they still haven't done, have they? Nope. And they won't. Now that we know that they're not going to Gamescom, it's more than likely that they're going to announce the delay, if this is going to sound really shitty, but they may announce the delay at the Game Awards. And I know a lot of people will be like, oh, that's shitty. Why would they want to announce a delay to the Game Awards? Because, you know, they're not thinking about us people. They're thinking about the people who are going to be buying the game for the first time. The people who aren't Star Citizen fans. That's what the Game Awards is for, really. No, they don't know that, Bo. They are probably in denial about how to deal with it, because they see the community getting mad and being like, this is, if they fuck up and they delay past 2026, nobody will trust them. And they probably don't want to say anything until they absolutely positively have a date, not just a 2027, but like February 32nd, 2027, you know, the whatever the a hard and fast date is. Because they know that they need a like, hey, this is what we're gonna do. And that's something I actually called years ago when they first showed off Squadron 42. When they did that I Held the Line trailer. I said whenever they announce it, they're gonna announce a date, and then they're gonna miss that date, and then they'll have a actual like solid date that they'll actually release it at. And that wasn't oh, I was talking with CIG developers. That was me just going, that's what every single video game company has done in the last fucking 10 years when it comes to major AAA releases. They announce a date, and then they delay it to another date by a couple of months or a year or so. Wait a minute, that's not a real date? We're not special to CR. Did you not read the letter from the chairman at the end of the year? Here, I'll pull it up. I've got about an hour left, so we'll do some hour here. I might jump over and bother Loken. So. For Squadron 42, our priority remains quality and polish as we move towards beta and release. We're confident in the direction the game is headed and are fully focused on delivering. We know many of you are eager to play, and we're looking forward to putting it in your hands. We don't plan on a long, drawn-out marketing campaign, as we've already done our fair share of trailers and gameplay previews. When it's time, you and the rest of the gaming world will hear a lot more from us. Basically, what this is saying is, when it's time, it's not going to be an exclusive Star Citizen fan group that like us as fans won't get the first news for it. They will announce it at a big event where lots of people will see, because they want the rest of the gaming community to see it the same time we do. Let's see. No. Yes. Yes. Maybe. And then, yeah. Genesis. Item recovery work. Kind of. Kind of. There's some focus on this, but yeah. Oh. Hey, G Sharp. Yeah, the point with that was just, it's just like it doesn't take a genius. No, because that survey I think is still good until August is when that survey is going to be happening. They won't post anything about it anyways, I don't think. I have to circle hop, don't I? The only ones that I know of right now that Chris or CIG has any connection to are Gamescom before the end of the year, or Gamescom and what's it called? The Game Awards. Now the Game Awards are in December, which would be a hell of a time to make that announcement. And we know that at Gamescom, they do not have an official presence as far as we know. They did announce that they're going to be at the Gamescom Bar Citizen, but no official announcement of a booth. And they would have made that announcement a while ago. I'm going to look at the Gamescom website and see if they have any references there. No. Look at their, I'm going through their exhibitor list. I'm not seeing anything on their exhibitor list for 2026. So they're not exhibitors. Means they don't have a booth, I don't think. When is the Game Awards? December 10th. Yeah, they don't have liquid funds to do a big campaign. Yeah, so the Game Awards is coming on December 10th. We will know more about it then, would be my guess. That's a hell of a delay, though. Why do you think we're getting so many more little sales this year? What do you mean talking so many more? We've always gotten little sales like this, like little event sales. Yeah, that would be an absolute terrible time for it to say it's been delayed. The month before it's supposed to have ended. No, they didn't say anything. Is the same as 2025? Oh, okay. I don't. Is there any other major gaming event that's happening in the fall? Typically, there's not a lot of gaming events past August until the Game Awards. Yeah, Jin. Do it. Fucking 85X, baby. Upvote that shit.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle selected.
Hey, how you doing?
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location, to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Please visit us again.
Yes. Speaking of sales, I'm just sad they're probably going to sell the Super Heavy. I mean, they're definitely selling the Super Heavy. We talked about it earlier. I've come to terms with it. Yep. How's the game going? I haven't played it in the last 2 months. It's going better than it was the last 2 months, that's for sure. See if it goes purple. Let's see if it goes purple. Yeah, it's getting better. Oh, you're hedging your bets because it's not official, just data mines. Yeah, but I mean, if you look at the colors of the armor, and then you look at the data mined skin, it's like how is it not that? Watch your brand new lore stream. Great job. Love listening to them. Glad you watched. You definitely need to do more lore stuff for sure. Just with the mate no more. Had a good run. That's good to hear. It is the golden age of mining right now. I mean, I don't know, how would you describe mineable ice? Is there lore on pets in Star Citizen? Yeah. The Thorshoe gray crab is a famous pet that no longer is as popular because the Thorshoe gray use reflective coatings, or like they may like gather reflective things, or they molt into reflective. Their shells get reflective as a means to attract mates. So, when two males, for instance, see each other in the wild with the reflective coating, they beat the fuck out of each other. for dominance. So what was happening with Thorshoe Greys is they were being taken in as pets and put in tanks, but the Thorshoe Grey would see something shiny across the tank, out of the side of the tank, and think it was a rival mate. And so it would swim up to the tank, break out of the tank, go to the shiny object, and beat the shit out of it. So people stopped it. A lot of people stopped adopting Thorshoe Greys because they were fucking up like any shiny object they could get. Yeah, there's the flat cat. There's the various fish. No, we're not gonna get pet battles. The best thing about MMOs are cockfights. Is that what you're saying? That's good to hear, Dwarden. That the launcher is now getting increased VRAM usage. That's fun. So they're goblin crabs, kind of. One lawsuit by Nintendo. They love suing the shit out of people for this kind of thing. Even if they did get their ass kicked by Power World recently. Two, it doesn't really fit with the aesthetic of the game. Like, why would you battle with pets? Like, what's the purpose? How does that add to the gameplay? And three, that would require catching or buying and then training pets as a profession, which is something that's way above something we already have. That's more work. All right, I'll try one more to get through this stupid. Oh, wait, did she not even give it to me anymore? Oh, she is. Ooh, going to a Connie wreck. We have chests, yeah, but only on specific ships, not like something you can bring out and use.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
To be fair, I'd love for CIG to actually have a portable chess table that you could move around. You could like carry around with you. The reason why they use it for Rex is because they already have it in their asset library.
Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
was referring that we don't need animal fighting. We could have checkers or cards. Yeah, cards would be cool. I'm sorry, 85X. I have to do it. Oh shit, you're awake? When do these boys wake up? Hold on. Wait, so is the issue is the not the raw ice, but what the raw ice is used for? Fuck. Thank God. Go flying.
It's at 10, so that's 5. Six. Seven. 8. 9. I think there's one more over there. 10. Perfect. Isn't one of the Daymar rally points a reclaimer rack? That's a fully intact reclaimer. Yeah, it's a fully intact reclaimer. They use it as a marker. Oh. My head cannon is pressurized ice and specialized water ice too, but like heavy water. Hey, Volas. Seven and a half hours. Woo, baby. So far, so good. We had good conversations. I've done some mostly hauling missions. I'm trying to get my my Dead Saints rep up higher. It's not really wanting to climb any higher for whatever reason. As a spaceman on the field, how are freight elevators holding up? Pretty standard. So like the elevators are, the freight elevators are working well if you are in a large space station or a landing zone. Ooh, anywhere else, it's a fucking crapshoot. Oh, sub goal? I'm currently at 397 points, which means we've gotten, I think, 10 sub points between now and then. The goal is to get 417. It's like, I think, 20 more points. It's okay if we don't get it today. If we get it tomorrow, I will do the giveaway then. Oh, Iris is a chemical engineer or a chemist? That is funny. Oh. Oh, so you're a hydrologist. Or are you just done research with water? I have a geologist friend who's a hydrologist, so I was making that joke. My roommate from freshman year of college is a professor of geology, hydrology. It's really funny because when he was when like we stayed friends throughout the entirety of our time in college, and he used to talk about how it was so difficult to flirt with women because he would tell women that they're as interesting as a rock, and not unless he would just do that because he's a fucking nerd. And, you know, unless the women he was talking to knew he was a geologist, they wouldn't get it. I love that man. He is a giant nerd. I think he's married with kids now. That's funny. Listen, if a geologist says you're as interesting as a rock, it means that you're the most interesting thing in the universe to them. At least it's a creative line. God, do not get me started on geologists and their love of doing weird things to rocks. I mean, he's like a tenured professor in, I think, Arizona of hydrology. He's probably having a very hard time right now trying to explain to people that, like, shit around AI data centers and stuff like that. They do lick them rocks. Hydrologist goes to a place with no water. Yeah. The thing about hydrology, as far as I know from my limited experience talking with him in his from, you know, a decade ago, 2 decades ago, is that it's a lot of it is studying sand and like sandstone and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm going there, Thorn. You'll see me there. Yay. Boo, 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 boo. Sand, sediment, and even riverbeds can be interesting. Yes, and that's the idea, is it's studying hydrology, like the effect of water on rocks. So erosion and deposit layers and that kind of stuff. That was kind of funny. It's you're a chemist, Iris, because my dad went to school for chemical engineering. He worked for a paper company. He was like in that first generation of, I'm going to save the planet. And so he went to get a chemical engineering degree and specialized in environmental protection. Before that was a thing. Focused on environmental impact of chemicals. I got him to work for Clorox, so yeah, he worked on Clorox 2 the like environmental impact. So he did all like studies with Clorox 2 and what damage it could do to the environment and what it would kill, what it wouldn't, and you know, that sort of thing. But he talked about how his first job was working for a paper company, and he thought he was going to be like, you know, monitoring, like, because those of you who don't know, I come from a very long family. My father, my grandfather, my aunt all worked for the same paper company. And if I remember correctly, there is a lot of oxygen that is used in the process of making paper. So they have to release this excess oxygen somewhere. It's like liquid oxygen, I guess, or something like that. But for whatever reason, the chemicals they'd have to release into the wild would increase the oxygen content of the water in the local areas. They were all over the place. And he talked about how his job was to mostly monitor the discharge of these chemicals into the water systems to make sure that they were safe and that they were the right levels. And even though he did a good job, the night shift was fucking awful at their job. And more than often than not, his day job would be not to monitor levels, but to go out to the rivers and ponds where the discharge ponds would be, and fish out all the dead fucking animals that died because of because they fucked up the balance and killed everything in the discharge ponds. And his boss would tell him to go out and do that before any kind of environmental agency got word and came in to do research, to look into it. So his job was to cover for corporate malfeasance. He's like, I fucking hated that job. I got so fucking like jaded on corporations after that. He preferred working with Clorox, but then again, he also got a master's in business. He got an MBA. He's one of those suits. Not just from anywhere though, from Harvard. This is a poor kid from Louisiana. Went to Harvard. He felt so out of place. And the company's changed. I don't even know if it still exists anymore. So he ended up using his degree in marketing, master's business marketing, to go work for Clorox after working for them as a chemist. You didn't like to work at Arasaka, I see. Yeah. When's that javelin drip dropping? What javelin drip vid? I've already done it, the javelin vid. It's called the spear, tip of the spear or something like that, or the shield of humanity or something like that. The sword of humanity, tip of the spear. If you're talking about Aegis Dynamics, the complete history of Aegis Dynamics is underway. It should be out probably the beginning of August if I play my cards right and I stop being a lazy fuck. got about 20 minutes or so, so I'm just gonna hang out to chat with y'all. Shut up, CM Fool. So, for those of you who don't know, I will be streaming tomorrow for about 8 hours as well. My goal is to, at some point, play Halo CE, Campaign Evolved, with either Loken or Tomato. And then Thursday will be the beginning of our Pubathon. So we'll be doing giveaways for each milestone. We'll be streaming for at least 12 hours on Thursday. That'll include a section for office hours. And then we'll stream on, if we do go beyond that, so if we hit 18 hours, we go over 18 hours for the subathon, at 18 hours, I will pause the stream and then go to bed, wake up the next day, and continue from that 18 hours. The maximum cap for that subathon is going to be 48 hours. So I'm not going to be 48 hours straight, but it'll be 48 hours of pretty much non-stop streaming. Get up, stream, go to bed, wake up, stream, that kind of stuff. I'm torn on Halo Campaign Involved. I don't think it's a bad remake, but they've also changed the game dramatically. Maybe it's because I'm old, but I don't remember the game, even on heroic, being as difficult as I'm finding it. Responsible marathon streaming? Yeah, and we'll be doing giveaways and that kind of stuff. Now, if we do like 18 hours and we only go to a total of like 20 hours or something like that, then I will continue to stream this week. It'll just be at normal hours. So no matter what I'm going to be streaming, the question is like how much I'm going to be streaming, and all that sort of thing. My goal is to stream on, because the thing starts on Thursday, doesn't it? Like the 28th? I guess it starts tomorrow, doesn't it? Let me check real quick, because we do have that coming in. CIG, it does not look like they have put it on the drops yet. I'm looking at the drops front. Yeah, I'm not seeing it on the drops yet. But that's not unusual. They've done that in the past where like they put it on like the day of or the day before. July 29th, so tomorrow.
my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
J_Culving just resubscribed for 94 months. Here you go, just kind of lurking here to my favorite brother in history.
Thank you so much, Jay Calvin, for that 94 months of support. You're a very important pupper, very impressive of any pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. You got about 15 minutes left. So yeah, so the Twitch drops will start tomorrow. So I have drops enabled, so it should work. I don't see it listed yet, but then it may just not start until they'll post it there. Remember, best in show, vote for the 85X. It should be the best in show. It should win. It does not have a skin, but it needs one. The argument I have always made is that the 85X at its core is one of the better runabout ships you can get in the game. It has a jump drive, a quantum drive. It has okay firepower. It's incredibly small, and it can hold a passenger. So it can hold 2 people total. It's a good little ship to have. I think it's a good ship it deserves a skin. Doesn't have one yet. But I do like that idea. Goals could be you have to use the Redeemer for a week. If we reach the ultimate goal of 48 hours, I will have to use the Redeemer for a week. I'm fine with that. How is it better than a Pisces? It's faster, more maneuverable, has more firepower. It has about the same amount of range, and it's about the same size as a Pisces. So the Pisces is a fine little ship. It's not maneuverable, it is not fast, and it is not firepower heavy. Stats for 85X before we go. All right. It has 2 size 1s and 2 size 2s. It has 4 guns. Oh, it has a remote turret too. Yeah. It has 2 size 2s and 2 size 1s. Plus a remote turret. The remote turret is 2 size. Okay. Oh, nice. I think your passenger can use the remote turrets, maybe. More importantly, the 85X folks agree to help the Gladiator get skins if we help them after. That's we hold our fucking line. All right, we stick to our fucking debts. We pay our debts off. If you voted for if you got the Gladiator for get its skin last year, you got to get the 85X there too. And it's a pretty common opponent in patrols now, and it's annoying if you're a larger and slower ship. It is so fucking dangerous when you're facing, if you're doing like a starter ship with those patrols. God, you can get fucked up by those things because they're so fast. They're basically M50s with more firepower. Because I think it has more firepower than M50. 2 size 2s and 2 size 1s? Yeah, it has more firepower than the M50. The only thing it lacks is missiles, but it's basically an M50 with more guns. So the 85X's speed, SCM speed is 235 meters per second. It's slower than the M50, which has 280. But its pitch rate is 75 degrees per second, whereas the M50's pitch rate is 55, and its yaw rate is 60 versus the 55 for the M50 as well. So it's a fuck ton more maneuverable, and has much better roll rate. It's the second best roll rate in its class. It's got really good quantum speed too. 190 megameters per second. It is the best quantum speed. Doesn't have quite the range the M50 does, but it's a snub. Let's see its stealth capabilities. It's a little less stealthy than the M50. It's a little bit less EM, so yeah. Yeah, the 85X is kind of like a space sports car. It's like a space Ferrari, or because it's Lamborghini or whatever. It's like a two-seater made by Origin, so it's all about luxury. It's got insane handling, not super fast, but really good at handling, and it can hold two people. Same fucking people been calling me nonstop. Most of the ships in Star Citizen have pretty good pitch rates. You got to remember that it's also there's like a lot of the ships are space planes, so while they do have we don't know their pitch rates, what they're going to be like in atmosphere. We know in space their pitch rates is pretty insane. No, they don't have good pitch rates. They have insane pitch rates. Yeah. I would wonder what the pitch rate is on for spaceships, though. Like the shuttle in orbit, what was the pitch rate? Let me see. Let's go for a basic bitch. Let's see what the pitch rate is for the basic of the basic bitch ships. Mustang Alpha. Yeah, so the Mustang Alpha has a 70 degree per second pitch rate, a yaw rate of 53 degrees per second, and a roll rate of 205 degrees per second. Whoa. Let's go RSI. Aurora MR Mark 1. Yeah, its pitch rate is 59 degrees per second. To give you context, that makes the Aurora MR Mark 1 more maneuverable than an M50. 3 degrees per second in space shuttle and re-entry. No, I'm thinking in space though. Because we gotta remember all of these pitch rates and yaw rates are in 0G. They're assuming 0G. Because we don't really have the models for their pitch rates and roll rates and yaw rates for in atmosphere, because that hasn't been modeled yet. It's modeled, it's just not fully in game. Whoa. The point I'm trying to make is that all of the ships of Star Citizen have insane pitch rates. Like even the Hull A has a 42 degree per second pitch rate. See, the Hull C does. No, Hull C has a 16 degree per second. Okay. That's still probably pretty good. Yeah, the Hull B has got a 33 degrees per second. So you can't really compare them to real spaceships because they're real have limited thruster fuel, so their total pitch rate is basically nothing. Okay, that makes sense. That means that the CAG does not know how to plane. That's not really the point of that. The point is not necessarily to make it realistic. The point is to make it feel.
Sanderson just discovered the meaning of life. What's up? Long time no see.
Sendy for that 42 months with Prime. You're a very important pupper, very impressive Pennsylvania pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Chris wants World War II dogfights. He wants the feel of World War II dogfights, not the actual World War II dogfights, because I don't think propeller planes had pitch and roll rates at this degrees either. This is more of a, they want to make the ships feel good when you use them so that it's a little bit more responsive. Flight needs to be slowed down. We'll see. Flight probably needs a greater range than SCM. I'm not going to beat a dead horse on this one because we've got a couple minutes left. But it's almost like CIG needs to classify their ships and make sure that they understand what a ship in their size range is capable of doing, and then create classifications for ships that they can balance those individual smaller ships based off of that, or individual ships inside those classifications to make them make sense and compare them against each other because they're in the same category. Some sort of logical and reasonable thing to classify all of them into to make it easier to balance against each other so that, you know, you understand what your ships are supposed to do. I don't just mean bake the game. I mean, I have yet to see CIG, anyone at CIG, explain what the difference is between a light fighter and a medium fighter. What's the difference between a medium fighter and a heavy fighter? Like, what makes a light fighter a light fighter? What makes a medium fighter a medium fighter? Like, in detail, what statistics make that happen? To answer that, depends on what ship they're selling. That's the problem. Because again, people always get confused. But guess what's a medium fighter and not a light fighter? The Buccaneer. It was originally classified as a light fighter. And then when they were doing its balancing for, the fuck's it called? For master modes, they turned it into a medium interceptor. Yeah, it's a medium interceptor. So the question I have is, how can the Mustang Delta be in the same category as the Wolf? The answer is vibes, which doesn't fucking bode well for balancing in the future. Now the Freelance Max just dropped from heavy cargo to medium cargo. What they really need to do is stop putting in these stupid fucking things like fighter and cargo, and like, they need to just classify ships based off of size. Small, medium, large, super heavy, capital, whatever the fuck they want to. Put them in sizes and then use classifications inside those sizes. Standardized classifications. Fighter, industry, cargo, exploration, interceptor, whatever. Once you have those spelled out and sectioned off into those pieces, then you can classify everything under those things inside against each other, because you can identify what is a fighter versus what is an interceptor. What are their roles? What are their jobs? What is a industry versus what is a hauler? You know, what's an explorer? What does that mean? Once you can have a hard and fast reason for each of these things, then it becomes a lot easier when you're making new ships to not make a fucking lemon. The easiest thing to start, though, is to put the size classifications. between, and how do you do that? The way I've always said it is armor. Armor should define what the size is. So all small will have a maximum of, say, 50 armor value. Medium, 100 armor value. Zerkro 1 Batman Show, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got to go to it for you. We're going to be wrapping this up shortly, but thank you for bringing everybody over. I'm doing longer streams because it's the end of my summer. I got to go back to work next week, so I'm taking this week to stream a little bit more than I normally would, and I'm going to be doing a subathon on Thursday. So, I'll just starting. I'm just wrapping up. How you doing, Riddick? What are you up to? I'm just ranting about how a lot of the problems with things like roll rate and maneuverability and all of the things that are classified in terms of flight profiles for ships is more to do with the fact that we do not have a cohesive idea of what a ship is. What is a fighter versus a what is a light fighter versus a medium fighter versus a heavy fighter. There's no metrics that we actually know of that CIG has put down. We was trying Siege of Horus, but it's bugged, so I had to call it. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing, is it's kind of buggy. That's what I've been doing 4.9. Start it, you had to glitch through it. Ooh. Ooh. It might need to delay again, in my opinion. I don't think they delay, Dell. I don't think they delay again. They would get a lot of brownie points to delay again, but they won't. We're not in a subathon, but I don't mind it. They have like 4 weeks to work it out. That is not a lot of time. But at least it's getting tested widely now. Because that was the problem, is they were so hesitant to test it widely. Now that they actually have decent, wider testing, because people can, play it on PTU, then they may have more information. I'm gonna wait for the ads to stop. They haven't added anything else on the cars before 10, like the item recovery improvements. I would give CIG a lot of kudos if they delayed Siege to September. What they could do, hear me out on this one. I know this is crazy talk, but they could do this thing called like a preview, but of tech. Sort of like a tech preview, where they can bring in new tech and have it tested at a wider scale without infecting the actual patch. You know, maybe give everyone access to that so that they have a chance to really hammer home what it is and just focus on that one instancing tech. I know, it's insane. Crazy talk. To be clear, I don't think CIG, I don't think it's impossible for CIG to get this done. I think it's very possible for them to get it done. It's just a matter of when and how much time and how much feedback they need. Hey, Smithy. I know I'm just a dreamer there, Iris. CIG just needs to stop trying to keep everything as a surprise. The next patch should be on the PTU and the previous one goes live. Yeah, it's probably expensive, but they need to because they need to test. We'll see in September. We'll see in September. Because September will be the fucking balls to the wall, nose to the grindstone. CIG starts canceling people's vacations, sort of. You're lock the door. You're staying here until December, kind of moments. I'm out of the loop. CIG not doing this week. Oh, so they're doing the Wave 1 PTU test specifically for Siege of Orison, and it is broken right now. Like, not working, not activating properly. But, you know. And hooray, Free Fly. Well, Free Fly, to be fair, like, 4.9 isn't in a awful place from my experience. It's got some of the similar problems that has happened in the past, which is not always good, but at least it's not new and interesting breaking. The issue is that the instance door doesn't open for you when it's ready. Well, it's also nice that the free fly is shorter this time. Yeah, so Foundation, the Foundation Festival Free Fly goes until like August 16th, I want to say. So it goes for 2 weeks. August 12th. August 12th. So yeah, about 2 weeks. Taking a Dragon Wilds break, only been in 4.9 on launch day, seemed fine. I'm sure 4.9 is not going to be in a good place by the time we get done with everything, but we'll see. All right, chat. I'm going to call it here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow. Another 8-hour stream starting at 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, which is like like 2 or 3 p.m. EU time. And then on Thursday was the beginning of the subathon, where we're going to be going for 12 hours minimum, and we're going for a cap of 48 hours. Again, that's going to work where each day I can stream up to 18 hours. Then when we reach that 18-hour mark, if we go beyond that 18-hour mark, I will pause the timer at 18 hours, come back at the beginning of the next stream, or pause it when I finish after 18 hours. I go to sleep, wake up the next morning, immediately go start streaming again, and go for another 18 hours, up to a total of 48. Make sure you stretch this week, brother. I plan on getting up early on tomorrow and Wednesday, or tomorrow and Thursday and Friday and Saturday, and doing some walking. I've been doing it. I didn't do it today because I was slept in because I played RimWorld way too late last night, but yeah. And I plan on doing office hours on Thursday. I plan on doing Hot Next Summer on Friday as much as I can. I'll be playing Halo CE possibly sometime around then as well with other folks. We'll be doing Captain's Table call-in show on Saturday. We'll be talking a little bit about Foundation Festival, about the new player experience, and generally your experiences with Star Citizen as a whole. We'll let you take time to bathe, man. Thank you. All right, y'all. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. Like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.